9:07. We will call the meeting to order. If you will all rise for the invocation and the pledges, and Pastor Robert Simmons, if you will please come to the podium. Thank you.
Would you bow with me as we pray? Father, I thank you for letting us be able to pause for just a moment to bring honor and glory to your name. You're an awesome, mighty God. And Lord, as I look around this room this morning, I see a lot of people, and I know that you love and care for each one. It's what your word tells us. And I know, Father, that you're a God of justice. You're also a God of mercy and grace. And I'd ask you, Father, to give this court wisdom. You've told us in your word that when we ask for wisdom, that you grant it. And so I pray, Father, that you would give them that wisdom, Father, that just comes from you. And I pray that justice would always be done, as I know you love justice. So we want to honor you. We want to give you glory and praise and just start the day thanking you for loving us with such a great love. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. We have a quorum. All commissioners are present. It is 9:09. We are at the Nueces County Courthouse, 901 Leopard, and I certify that a quorum is present. Item D, are there any disclosures of, I said 9:09. Yeah, sorry.
It's okay. I was not.
Okay, sorry. Are there any disclosures of conflicts of interest that need to be declared at this time? There being none right now, you can always do that later. I will move on to item E. We have the introduction of our new Human Resources Director, Mr. Timothy Saleh. If you'd like to come up to the podium and say hello and introduce yourself, we're happy to have you on board. You just started yesterday, so it's, Monday. No, Monday was a holiday. You did start yesterday, yes.
Good morning, everyone. I am pleased to be part of the Nueces County team. I have collectively about 20 years of HR experience. I've worked in state and federal government and now county government. I'm pleased to be part of the Nueces County Human Resources. I have an awesome team that I'm working with, and I'm proud to work for the Commissioner's Court.
Thank you, and we're happy to have you on board.
Welcome, sir. We're glad you're here.
Yes.
Welcome aboard, sir.
Moving on to item F, the certificates of recognition, F1, and recognition of Zelda Oliveira's 18 years of service to Nueces County. We are so very thankful and so grateful for your service. I know we have a certificate somewhere. Who has it? I signed it.
Oh, she'll get it.
We will get it to you, but thank you so much for your years of service to the county. We're very appreciative.
Thank you.
Yes. Would you like?
Zelda, do you want to say it?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah.
would you like to come up and say a few words as well? Yes.
Okay.
No, please do. We're very happy, very honored. This is a great, it's a great occasion.
You want to say something on the mic there? There's a microphone right there if you want to say.
think the sheriff might want to say a few words. Yes.
First of all, I just want to thank God that I made it to retirement. And that His mercies are new every morning. And definitely there's a lot of joy in the morning when we realize that God carries us from the moment that we wake up until we lay our head. He's faithful and He's good, and His mercy and His goodness just pursues all of us. And I just want you to know that even though I'm not working at the jail, I'll continue to pray, as always, for my family here at the county, because y'all are my family, and I thank God for all of y'all with extra joy. Thank you again for this honor
So much.
and the blessings.
And I do have your certificate.
You're not getting away that easy. So let me tell you about Zelda. So, and she's gonna push back on this because she is so humble. But if there was such thing as a Mother Teresa in our jail, it would be Zelda. So we have today 175 female inmates in our jail, and Zelda was there for them. Before the COVID, she had kind of a plush assignment, better working hours, and a little more excitement, I guess you would say, in her assignment. But during the COVID, we needed her on shift, 12-hour shift, just like everybody else. And Zelda did not hesitate to step up and go to shift. And when I asked her about it, I checked in with her to see how she's doing and to make sure she wasn't going to leave us because of the challenge of working shift. And she said that she was exactly where God wanted her to be, because working shift, she had so much more direct contact with those female inmates every single day. And so we're going to miss Zelda. We're going to miss her a lot. And I want to give her a little certificate from the agency to commemorate her 18 years. And I also want to, because I mentioned the Saint Mother Teresa,
Not even close.
I have to use at least one of her quotes, and that is, some people come into our life as blessings, some come into your life as lessons. And just know this, you've been a lesson for a lot of us, and thank you for that.
Oh, thank you, Sharon. Thank you very much.
Another picture?
Those of you who don't know Miss Olivares, got a beautiful, beautiful voice. She sings,
Thank you, Commissioner.
and she, tell you what, she has been our singer at our functions, and wants to invite you back again this year.
I did not know that.
It'd be my honor.
Awesome.
Thank you.
It'd be my honor.
Awesome.
Thank you.
And I invite everybody to National Day of Prayer, which is always the first Thursday of May, and I'm still coordinating that even this year as a retiree.
Very good. Very good.
Let's, can we get one more?
Congratulations. You want to give Commissioners one bring her up here?
Yeah, you want to come around up here to do it? Or we have these things in between us. It's like, yeah, we'll go down there. Yeah. Down. Or you can stand there if you want to go. Didn't realize we were back there.
I think it's just allergies, but I'm not sure. That's why I'm staying over here. I'm just warning everyone. I'll do the fist bump.
Not only is she a good employee, but she's one of the best singers. And Judge, you didn't know that, but I'm glad you mentioned that too. She's my best friend, and I really. She retired from 13 years. I retired 8 years ago. Yes, I was a magistrate with a magistrate court. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
sorry. I'm late to the party. 1, 2, 3.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge.
Congratulations.
National Day of Prayer.
Hey, is this his contract?
Yeah, I'm going to give it that one.
Okay, moving on to item G, adopt the following resolutions. Item G1, our first one's up, or in recognition of the Robstown Early College High School Lady Pickers powerlifting team winning the 2023 state championship title. I hear it's back-to-back titles as well. Pretty awesome, girls. And I think Dee is going to read the...
Okay, Commissioners Court Resolution in recognition of the Robstown Early College High School Lady Pickers Powerlifting Team 2023 State Championship. Whereas the Robstown Early College High School Lady Pickers Powerlifting Team finished the 2023 season with their second straight 4A Division II State Championship title at the Texas High School Women's Powerlifting Association State Meet, making them the first ever girls' team to bring home back-to-back state titles. Whereas the Lady Pickers powerlifting team, led by head coach Deandra Holmes, assistant coach Jennifer Martinez, and first-year assistant coach Edward Marganeau, earned their second 4A Division II state championship. Whereas the Robstown Lady Pickers powerlifting team members include seniors Josanna Rodriguez, Jamie Casas, Lorena Paredes, juniors Janessa Vela, sophomores Leia Alanis, Amelin Olguin, Gianna Olguin, Jaylee Larave, and Olivia Morales, freshman Jalen Fernandez. Whereas in addition to the team earning state championship in 4A Division II, 4 Robstown Lady Pickers in 4 separate weight classes also earned gold as individuals. Josanna Rodriguez, Janessa Vela, Leah Alanis, and Olivia Morales. Silver medalists include Jamie Casas and Emilyn Olguin. Lorena Paredes placed 4th. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, hereby congratulates the Robstown Early College High School Lady Pickers powerlifting team on their 2023 state championship title, and further encourages the citizens of Nueces County to join the court in celebrating the Lady Pickers powerlifting team for their accomplishments this season. Duly adopted by the vote of the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas on this 12th day of April 2023.
Do I have a motion?
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes. We are very excited for this prestigious honor, girls. How many of you were on last year's team as well that won? A show of hands. Great, great. Would your coach like to come up and say a few words?
Is Coach Holmes here?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
It's great when a powerlifting coach looks like a power lifter.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Really honored to be here. Appreciate y'all giving us the time. This is a very special moment for us, just like it was a year ago. These ladies, their accomplishments that they have accomplished throughout their careers as powerlifters only tells a portion of the story. Amongst this team, we have not just powerlifters, we also have a color guard that at Robstown they also were state champions, and that's Lorena, who's also our senior here. So shout out to that. We have 5 softball players that are on our team, and they are looking to make the playoffs this year and accomplish great things there. Our senior, Jamie Casas, is number 2, 3 in the entire school in academics. And so awesome there, going to graduate, highly decorated there in our nurses program as well. And so I guess the thing that I want these ladies to be commended for is that they're not just one sport or only sport trick ponies. They do everything. They're leaders inside the classroom, outside the classroom, inside the community, and they are super, super, super strong. And I think that it's great for them to be honored and that to be displayed, that it's not just a physical strength, it's a mental strength, it's an emotional strength, and they're leaders not just on the girls' side, but in all of Robstown athletics and Robstown community. And I just very honored and appreciative to have the opportunity to coach these young ladies again. So.
Very nice. Thank you.
And Judge, last year we recognized the team, and we asked how many were returning, and we were surprised at how many. There were only a few seniors, and then we were excited about this year. And you think and you wonder, well, are they going to be able to repeat? Sure enough, they've done just as well, if not better. And so we're proud of them. They're from Precinct 3. I wore my Robstown red today. I wasn't going to go with the tie at all like Commissioner Chesney, but I said, no, I'm going to represent the school colors. But we're so proud of Robstown and all that they've done. And, Coach, we know coaches are hard to find, and so we celebrate you, but we've had, I don't know, good luck or bad luck, how you want to look at it. Every time we feature any kind of coach after a winning season, they seem to be able to move on to somewhere else. So we hope to keep you here in the community as long as possible, because we know you're doing a great job.
Judge, I also want to, since I represent a little bit of Robstown, I'm going to say a little bit. So I want to thank all the girls for participating. You all did a great job last year, and I as well was wondering if you all were going to repeat this year. But I'm glad to hear that y'all are doing great in sports, but especially great in academics. So thank you all very much for what y'all do, and thank you to your parents. Coach, thank you.
Just say congratulations to y'all and
Yes.
and
Can we
everything
get
you do, especially those academics are the most important thing in your life. You can be a power lifter, but you got to have academics. Because if you don't have that education, you'll be lifting weights in your garage forever. So I want you to know that you got to go out there, be a power lifter, but also work hard on your education, move forward, and be somebody, because you can be anybody you want to be. Okay? Thank you, and God bless you, and congratulations, Coach, for everything that you do with the team.
Very good. Can I get you all to the team to come up? We have this, and we can take a photo, please, with you. If y'all want to stand back here instead of walk, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, if you can just kind of get up in here in front.
Okay, hold on. Maybe a couple people in the front.
Yeah, some of the short ones can make 2 rows, maybe. So we get everybody in the picture. You have to act like you like each other. Coach, you guys are going to have to. Yeah, somebody short.
Well, I do, you can do it on the end.
Squeeze like it's pre-COVID.
Oh, okay.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Coach, congratulations.
Good to see you again. Congratulations.
Hey, Coach, how many curls you gotta do?
That was young. One to bring forth.
Oh, see?
You did? Yeah. Did you do 3, 4?
Yeah. Thank you.
Huh? What's that for? Okay. Do they want to bring the Islanders in now? They're next. Are they bringing them in?
I think so.
Item G2, in recognition of the TAMU-CC Corpus Christi Islanders basketball team on their successful season. I hear it's an awesome season this year, girls. And Dee, if you'll read the...
Recognizing the Texas A&M University Corpus Christi Islanders women's basketball program for their successful 2022-2023 season. Whereas the Texas A&M Corpus Christi Islanders women's basketball team finished a successful 2022-23 college basketball season, the TAMU-CC Islanders earned an automatic bid to the WNIT. The Islanders made just their second ever postseason appearance in program history and the first since 2004-05. The Texas A&M Corpus Christi women's basketball team won the Southland Conference regular season championship with a 14-4 record. This marked the second championship in program history after also winning the regular season in 2019-20 under head coach Royce Chadwick. Whereas the Texas A&M Corpus Christi women's basketball team has garnered a pair of all-conference first-team selections in Alicia Westbrook and McKenna Serrata for the second year in a row. Westbrook was also the SLC Player and Defensive Player of the Year. Both Westbrook and Serrata surpassed 1,000 career points this season. Whereas the regular season finale went on the road, A&M Corpus Christi concluded the regular season with an 8-1 road record in conference pay this year, the best in program history since joining the league in 2006. The 9-4 overall road record is also the best road record in the program history. Whereas the Texas A&M Corpus Christi Islander women's basketball players include Alicia Westbrook, Anuka Wilstedt, Bruna Angera, Deja Williams, Haley Campbell, Jada Whitner, Justice Odom, Kristen Daniels, McKenna Serrata, Maya Ellis, Miria Aguada, Nabawiya McGill, Paige Allen, and Sasha Shishkina. Coaching staff for the Islanders basketball program include head coach Royce Chadwick, associate head coach Roxanne White, assistant coaches Darren Brunson and G. Lawler, director of operations Bailey Wilden, and athletic trainer Ashley M. Brewster. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County and that the court hereby recognizes the Texas A&M Corpus Christi Islanders women's basketball program for athletic accomplishments and achievements and historic success for the Texas A&M University Corpus Christi. Duly adopted by vote of the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas on this 12th day of April 2023.
So moved, Judge.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Discussion?
Aye.
Discussion, okay.
I figure it's a resolution.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to do. You can talk.
No, yeah, okay. Judge, thank you very much. It was, and I've got to say this for Commissioner Matas again, it is great to represent the Island University. His alma mater, which he'll probably tell you in a minute, I'm going to steal a little of his thunder, but it's always been a great honor to represent the Island University, and And the success that your program has had under this outstanding coach and his staff and you ladies has been unreal. I had the honor this year, thanks to Coach Chadwick, to be an honorary coach, and I didn't mess it up. I stayed out of the way, sat in the back row, and let Coach Chadwick and his staff do his thing. But it was really cool to go in the locker room and watch what they did and see how they strategized, and that was a real treat. So if anybody ever has an opportunity to do that, I would tell you to do so. If anybody has an opportunity to go watch the game, do so. If you didn't watch that women's Final Four game or championship game this year, then you were probably one of a minority, because it's phenomenal, the progress and the way that the women's game has evolved and continued to be just outstanding to watch. So it's really been a lot of fun. I would like to know whose side, Caitlin Clark or Angel Reese? No, I'm kidding. It was a joke. But that was fun to watch. I mean, that was part of the game. That as someone who's been around basketball, trash talk is kind of part of the game, and that is what it is. And it's just fun to watch. I mean, you ladies have been great, and you've been great on the court. You've been great off the court. You've been an outstanding representation of this community. And we all wanted to bring you in here and recognize you. We didn't want to bring you in here with the guys, because we wanted you to be on your own, and we wanted you to feel like this was about you and all about you, and that's what this is today. So super happy with your success, and I'm hoping Coach Chadwick and maybe one of the ladies would like to speak, because we'd sort of like to hear from them. But you're fortunate to have, obviously, the winningest coach in the history of the Southland Conference, and I got to continue to throw that out there too. That's quite an accomplishment in the history of the Southland Conference, and it may be some other honor too. He's won so many games I can't keep up. But Coach, thank you for always including me in this court, and we're happy to continue to honor the ladies here. I don't know how many times y'all been down here, but you keep doing what you're doing. We'll keep bringing you down here. So we're thrilled to have you. So thank you very much, Coach.
Yeah, just real quick, I'm a proud Islander, always proud of anything our university does that gets us on the national scene, and the men's team and definitely the women's team did that. And it's always exciting for the invitationals as well, because we know that the postseason gets continued for our teams. And that's one thing that I'm always asked is, well, when do the Islanders get to play postseason in Corpus Christi? And they say, well, there are opportunities for that, right? It doesn't mean that you have to go play away when you get invited to March Madness. There's March Madness with the CIT, and there's a few other NIT and others that you have chances to be able to play at home. So just to be able to have you all with a team the caliber that you have brings recognition to us, and we know that there's always interest. And I always follow on social media and see all the excitement as far as tweets and likes and retweets and what is the Allen University and all of that. So we know between you and the men's team have really put us in national attention again. I hope that helps with recruiting, hope that helps with retention of our team, and just brings school pride to us. So thank you all for all you've done for Corpus Christi and Nueces County. And go Durs. Thanks.
Coach, you want to come?
Thank you very much. We are humbled, honored, and very much out of our element to be in front of you, and we are grateful for the opportunity. These young ladies work exceptionally hard to try to embody what Corpus Christi is all about. The hard work, the dedication that they bring to the table is what we get from the fans, what we get from you all, and we are grateful to have the opportunity to come down and stand in front of you, and it's a humbling experience. They have class, so they are, I have several that are like, I've got to be out of there, Coach. I cannot be late. So they got 10 o'clock, so we're about to sprint out of here with the utmost haste. But they're wonderful young people, and they are very much what you want on your front porch when people are viewing your university. You want these ladies. So thank you all very, very much. I appreciate you.
Hi, my name is Alicia Westbrook. I play on the team, obviously. We just want to say thank you guys so much for all the support you guys give to us. It makes us play better. Corpus is a great place to live, a great community, and we just love to do what we do for you guys. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. But they also, they had a really cool event. I know it's separate than the university, but their Shaka's Up group that met the other day at Brewster's, and that was really neat to see the community starting to come out and really support. NIL is a big part of this college basketball now and college sports, and it's something that we hope the entire community will get behind as well to not only come out and watch these ladies play and donate to the foundations and the things that they have to give scholarships, but also look at the Shaka's Up group and the NIL program that they have as well. So. Anyway, congratulations and thank you all very much for everything.
Congratulations again.
You got a picture? If you want to come up here, we'll do a quick
And you'll come real quick and we'll do a photo. We know you have class. We'll try to get you in and out of here.
Yep.
We should probably stand back here because they're so tall.
Yeah.
Move your chair out of the way. Yes. Go ahead. You're an islander. You get in the middle. That is her? Oh. Okay, we might need some, can y'all scoot a little bit shorter people in the front? Yes.
One, two, three. One, two, three.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations
Congratulations to all of you.
Yes, very much.
Thank you all.
I'm fine with that.
Show the judge where she can stand on that list.
Yeah.
I'm Okay, item number 3, in recognition of Agrilife Extension Volunteer Appreciation Week. I believe it is week. It was a misprint that it said month in here, but thank you all. We do appreciate you very much. Yes.
So in recognition of the Texas A&M Agrilife Extension volunteers during Volunteer Appreciation Week. Whereas the Texas A&M Agrilife Extension Service is a unique education agency with a statewide network of professional educators, trained volunteers, and county offices. Whereas the Agrilife Extension Service has been a mainstay in the Nueces County for more than 3/4 of a century, improving the lives of Nueces County citizens by delivering innovative, science-based solutions and education in the intersection of health, agriculture, and environment throughout the county. Whereas the local team are built from the very communities they serve, this grassroots structure allows citizens to contact someone that is intimately familiar with the everyday solutions and emerging needs specific to Nueces County. Whereas volunteers are a vital aspect of the Texas A&M Agrilife Extension Service Program. Whereas Agrilife Extension volunteers continue the legacy of service, bringing together traditional outreach and modernized tools to reach Texans right where they are. Now therefore be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County expresses its sincere gratitude to the dedicated Agrilife Extension volunteers who generously share their time, knowledge, and skills to improve our community, and hereby proclaims the week of April 16th through the 23rd, 2023, to be Volunteer Appreciation Week in Nueces County. Furthermore, the court encourages the citizens of Nueces County to seek opportunities to volunteer within our community to help extend knowledge and solutions to each and every resident and create a positive impact on Texans for generations. Duly adopted by vote of the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, on this 12th day of April 2023.
I have a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And I see there are some people here. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak, please? Yes.
Good morning, Judge,
Good
Commissioners.
morning. How are you?
Good. Thank
Nice
you for
to see you.
allowing us some time here. So I am Norma Munoz, Nueces County Extension Agent for Family and Community Health with Texas A&M Agrilife Extension Service. Before I get started with our volunteers, I do want to introduce, I have some coworkers here. So we have Nueces County Extension Agent for Horticulture, I missed him, Kevin Gibbs, Nueces County Extension Agent for 4-H and Youth Development, Logan Bauer, and Extension Agent for Health, Lynn Bradshaw, here with us today. So why we're here. National Volunteer Week is celebrated annually during the third week of April. This week provides us with an opportunity to celebrate the selfless service of our dedicated volunteers and the work they do to help Agrilife Extension identify the community's needs and share the educational resources of Texas A&M Agrilife Extension Service. Volunteers involve themselves in programs such as Master Gardeners, Master Naturalists, Master Wellness, 4-H youth development, or on local committees focused on the specific areas such as agriculture, natural resources, family and community health, or youth development. Adult and youth Agrilife Extension volunteers spend many hours working on tasks such as leading educational programs, providing guidance and ideas regarding community needs, assisting with community gardens, helping organize events at the county livestock show, helping a child with a 4-H project, or leading volunteer trainings or project to serve the community. Agrilife Extension volunteers are just one group of volunteers who are instrumental in carrying out the mission of Texas A&M Agrilife Extension. Volunteers are involved in every aspect of the Extension Service, including determining the needs of the local residents, planning and implementing programs to address these needs, securing resources, and helping evaluate programs. So Extension has had a presence in Nueces County since the 1930s. And we know we could not possibly do the work we do without our volunteers. We've grown, Extension, the county, the residents, and the need for our educational programs. Our volunteers range from individuals that have a passion for a certain topic or need to individuals in a work site who want to help their work families improve their lives. This year, 513 Nueces County volunteers collectively contributed over 26,000 hours of service, valued at $779,778. So we just want to take this opportunity to say thank you to our volunteers and the impact that they are making on the people and communities around us. And I believe we have a check to present, and we've got president of the Master Gardeners and Master Naturalists that just want to tell you for just a minute what they do.
Okay, perfect.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. We are truly blessed by the volunteers that we have. We could not do the things in this county that we do without the service that they provide. I have three of the volunteers that are going to say just a little bit about the things that they do and the ways that they contribute. Gloria Van Zandt, she is the president of Nueces Master Gardeners.
Good morning.
Good morning.
County Judge Scott and Commissioners Court. My name is Gloria Van Zandt, and I'm honored to speak to you on my experiences in volunteering with Texas A&M Agrilife Extension, as well as now the Nueces Master Gardener Program. For me, first of all, volunteering is giving back to my community. And through my profession as a dietitian and my experience in speaking before audiences, I'm able now to help spread the word and connect gardening to better nutrition to help communities that are in underserved populations. Mm-hmm. So as a dietitian, I needed to learn about plants, how vegetables grow. So I became a master gardener. For me, gardening is a pleasure and allows me time to be outdoors and time to clear my mind. Through the Master Gardener organization, I have the opportunity to impart this knowledge, as I mentioned, to people of limited resources to help them with their health and food budgets. Improving my knowledge to better help our citizens' lives brings me great satisfaction. Nueces Master Gardener volunteers with many entities. One of them is really near and dear to my heart, and it is called the Learning to Grow program. It is with CCISD schools. And for those schools that are interested in implementing gardens to teach children how to eat better brings me great delight. Another one is one that we just recently implemented is a gardening program at Oso Bay Wetlands. And that was a program where you register to participate. We had 11 people, children, register, and we had a 91% retention rate. We've been asked back to have this program for the children that are attending the programs there. We take them through the process of building a bed, planting, growing, harvesting, and resting the beds for the next season. So they get the full spectrum of what we do. We also participate in spring science fairs, focusing on how to grow veggies in a bucket. They also learn about good bugs and bad bugs and how to keep our water systems clean. It is important for you to know that Master Gardeners complete special training in horticulture to be able to impart that education to our community. And by being successful in the completion of the program, we earn the title of being certified Master Gardeners. But we are charged with maintaining our education in this field. We have to have at least 30 volunteer hours and 6 continuing ed hours a year in order for us to maintain our certification. By maintaining our certification, we improve our skills in gardening that allow us to directly teach or facilitate educational program in our community. Another program that I'm very proud of is our plant sale that's coming in on at the end of the month, and it is held at the JCC, which is the Jewish Community Center, from 9 to 2. And those funds help us underwrite of the programs that we provide to the community. So thank you very much for your attention.
And Michelle Conley, she's the president of South Texas Master Naturalists.
Good morning. I'm Michelle Connolly. I'm the president of the Texas Master Naturalist chapter here in Nueces County. I have some brochures for here. We've been here for 20 years, and we just celebrated 20 years of being here in Nueces County. And basically, we're a group of well-informed volunteers that do a whole bunch of education, outreach, and service within our natural resources here within the county. I personally have been a member since 2020. I do a lot of work out at the University of Texas Marine Science Institute with their wetland tours, the newly reopened patent facility there, and the Amos Rehabilitation Keep. I both feed the turtles and walk all kinds of people through tours that we do of that facility. I also work at the Nature Preserve there, doing trail work, which a lot of us do with not just picking up trash, but rebuilding, clearing, planting native plants, etc. And then a lot of us work down at the Padre Island National Seashore, doing turtle patrols and stranded releases. It's a privilege to work in such a wonderful area here with so many opportunities for our volunteers to work. We have grown from 30 members to now we're at 100 within about 3 years. And our class sizes to train new volunteers to be certified used to be about 3 or 4. Now there's a wait list, and we have about 20 each year. So we are growing. It's, I think, in part a result of COVID and people really starting to appreciate the great outdoors and wanting to be involved with it. So we are growing and expanding to meet the needs of the citizens here that want to be part of being a master naturalist. And it's all about stewardship and conservation. And we're really lucky to have amazing partners all over, not just here in Nueces, but we also serve Kleberg and Kennedy County. So it's just a privilege to work in such a wonderful area. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay.
So we have a check to present to y'all. I think Kevin's going to get that. But also, next month, we have an upcoming Water Awareness Day for youth in 6th grade, and it is a volunteer-led program. We are very proud of that, and so we've got invitations for you, your assistants. So I'm going to leave those here for y'all, and we would love to see you there. So we've got...
We have a proclamation. We'll give you this too, so I'll come down there real quick.
Dave. What is this for? What agenda item is this?
It was fun.
But what did you
It was
do?
kind of weird because, like, I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to, you know. And
An advisory?
no, just that kind of stuff. And then they took me in the locker room. Yeah. Yeah, wish you did too.
Yeah, man, I'm taking care of the drainage.
Yeah.
I know, I don't get a chance to watch it.
1, 2,
I hear it. The other guy needs to bring in your Steve.
yes.
That has been a real
Thank y'all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Hey, guys, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, the beach ball. That, you know, this last weekend or 2 weekends ago, for the women's tournament, the beach ball.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I've never met her. Gail, I got to know Gail. I sat on that selection committee with her. She's a really nice lady. Yeah. I need to know. I feel bad.
Yeah, I'm just going to.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, holy.
Where does this go?
Oh, we have to vote? It's not really a check. It's volunteer hours. It's just volunteer hours. It's not a check. It's not, no, it's not really cash. It's the amount of their volunteers that turned in their hours. It's not a check. No.
No,
we
well,
don't have to
obviously
vote
that
on
one is
it.
a cash a big one.
What?
Only Chesney can.
What did I do?
We don't need to vote on it. Yeah.
Match, volunteer hours.
No, I don't know.
It's not
I don't
giving
think
us
it's-
really anything.
yeah.
Oh, it's big. Well, obviously.
So we can
And moving on to item number 4, in recognition of the month of April
Wait, you
as
said something.
Beach Safety and Rip Current Awareness Month.
I don't know.
Do you want to?
Recognizing the month of April as Beach Safety and Rip Current Awareness Month. Whereas despite recent record high rip current fatalities nationwide, Corpus Christi has not experienced a single rip current fatality during the spring or summer of 2022. This milestone comes on the heels of several years of advocacy for rip current awareness and beach safety promotion from the Jasani Smith Foundation. These efforts include producing and distributing public service announcements on beach safety through billboards, signage, radio spots, and print materials in English and Spanish. The fact that there have been no rip current fatalities in Corpus Christi this year is a testament to the hard work and dedication of many volunteers to spreading awareness, said Kawana Denson, president and founder of the Jasani Smith Foundation. Seeing the number of rip current drownings at 0 is monumental, and we will do everything we can to keep that number at 0. Whereas the Jasani Smith Act, House Bill 3807, authored by Todd Hunter, which increased the number of lifeguards and informational signage present at public beaches in Texas, especially near piers and jetties where rip currents commonly form. Although there have been no fatalities this year on Corpus Christi beaches, the Jasani Smith Foundation emphasizes that continued awareness is still important. Stay safe from rip currents by checking the surf conditions before you go to the beach. While at the beach, stay near lifeguards, check the flags, and don't go past the knees if the waters are rough. If caught in a rip current, don't fight. Instead, try to float, yell, and wave for help, and swim parallel to the shore if able. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that the county hereby recognize the month of April as the month of beach safety and rip current awareness. Duly adopted by vote of the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas on this 12th day of April 2023.
So moved, Judge.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Just
Mr.
brief
Chesney.
discussion, Judge, and I want Terry and whoever wants to come up and speak also. You know, when this was started out of a tragedy, and oftentimes tragedies create incredible things, and and this is quite the legacy to be named after Jasani, and the progress that has been made has been just staggering on behalf of the foundation, what y'all have been able to accomplish, what you've been able to do. This county has tried to be a partner with you from the beginning, and it's been an honor to be a partner with you. I also have today to give you, Terry, the check that I allocate out of my outside agency funds, but that the entire court supports, for $5,000 for the support that we continue to want to be a partner with you in this incredible cause. The work that this foundation does on the beach needs to be applauded and really recognized, because they spend hours and hours and hours and hours that we could never do getting out there and volunteering and passing out information and making sure people know about the rip currents, and that's what has to happen. We've put up signs, and we've had flashing signs, and we passed legislation, or Todd did, and we were all involved in that. But that is like great stuff, but what you do at the grassroots level is what saves lives. The rest of it is supporting your efforts to save lives, and people need to be aware that there's nothing better than someone walking up to you on the beach saying, hey, look, let me explain to you how a rip current works. You get out there, you get caught, here's what happens. And I know that the countless hours that this foundation spends is unbelievable, so it's an honor to be a part of that, helping get this started. You know, y'all did all the work. I just, kind of was around, and we're very appreciative and very supportive of these efforts, and thank you very much for all you do. It's greatly appreciated. I know your wife's in Houston today, I believe, and couldn't be here, but we appreciate you being here on behalf of the family, and take it away.
Thank you, Commissioner Brent. Good morning, Court. My name is Terrence Denson. I am the Vice President of the J. Sonny Smith Foundation. Y'all give me a second. My wife is usually the one up here. For and foremost, I'm just humbled to be here. We have a great community that really knows how to come together. I watch a lot of news, and I just see a lot of different people that deal with tragedy, and one of the first things they always speak of Corpus Christi is that Corpus Christi sticks together. Even if they don't know you, they will come out and help you and support you. Our main objective has always been, since we lost our son to a rip current, was to do what we can do to not allow someone else to have to go through what we go through daily. We've received a lot of support. We have a lot of volunteers that take time out of their day to, because they feel obligated. There's just a certain obligation you should feel when you go through things, or someone that's going through something. And I just want to say thank you to the court. I want to say thank you to Corpus Christi, the community, all the people that come out and help us. We do 5K runs. We have different events. You can always look us up on YouTube, Facebook, and just get that information. If you're going out to the beach, just make it a point to know what the flags are that day. If you don't know what those flags mean, ask the lifeguards. There's plenty of information that's out on the beach. No one should come here visiting to have fun, only to get a phone call or notification that their loved one has been pulled out by a rip current, and you have to go get on a boat and go look for your child while he's in the water. So yesterday was the anniversary of our son's death, and we're in this for the long haul. This was not an in-the-moment thing. So I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you that are actually here. Some of you just being in this courtroom today, you're going to learn about rip currents. And I would hate for anyone in this room to be out on the beach and lose their child, their baby, their loved one, their just anybody, just because lack of information. So me and my wife, our volunteers, our foundation, we will continue to stay on this beach. And even when the beach is not open, someone somewhere's got something going on, getting ready to get information out. So I just want to say thank you. And also Judge Connie Scott, welcome. You wasn't here last time I was here, so it's an honor to meet you. And just thank you guys. I really appreciate you. And real quick, I will let Miss Mary have a few words.
Judge, Commissioners, it's great to see you all. I know you're used to seeing me, in another capacity. I'm not here for that today. I'm the treasurer of the Jasani Smith Foundation, and as Terry said, it's 4 years. I know Kawana's on the Zoom. I can see her on there. It's 4 years, and this year hits a little different for me because this year I have a senior. He's the same age Jasani was when we lost him, and Luke is a lot like Jasani. He is more popular than he probably should be. He's very athletic, and he's a water baby. And Kawana and I were talking about that. And, as a mom, we all have anxiety. But thanks to you, really, thanks to you and this community, Luke has something that Sonny did not have. And Luke has information. He has knowledge about the flags. He has billboards. He has information. And that's because of my friends, the Densons, and because of this community. And it's not obligation, Terry, it's love. We love the Densons, and we love this community. Nueces County has some of the finest beaches in the world. We have soft sand. They are unspoiled. They are wild. They are free. They are beautiful places. And there's no reason in the world they can't be the safest beaches in the world. And so I thank you for your efforts and your advocacy because, Commissioner, I agree with you that it is the grassroots, but without your support, it would not happen. So I thank you as a mom and as a treasurer of the Jasani Smith Foundation. Thank you very much.
Do y'all want to come up and we'll take a photo real quick, please? I want to go down for this one.
Yeah. Congratulations, folks. Matt. Thank you for what you all do.
Congratulations.
And then number 5, in recognition of the month of April 2023 as Fair Housing Month.
Proclamation recognizing April as Fair Housing Month. Whereas Title VIII of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, as amended, prohibits discrimination in housing, declares it a national policy to provide within constitutional limits for fair housing in the United States, and whereas the principle of fair housing is not only national law and national policy, but a fundamental human concept and entitlement for all Americans, and whereas the National Fair Housing Law provides an opportunity for all Americans to recognize complete success in the goal of equal housing opportunity can only be accomplished with the help and cooperation of all Americans. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Nueces County Commissioners Court hereby proclaims April as Fair Housing Month in Nueces County, and do hereby urge all citizens of this locality to become aware of and support the fair housing law. Duly adopted by vote of the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas on this 12th day of April 2023.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Is Stephanie here? Anyone here that wishes to speak about it? we'll get this turned in to them then. Yes, thank you, Dee. Before I go into public comment, well, never mind, we'll go on in, because Jag may have some that he wants to. I was going to see if there are any items to be tabled today. I have item H.
Which one? Consent? or-
I-1, the board appointments. I-2, sorry, the South Texas Water Authority. I want to move that to the next meeting.
Sorry, I-2, you said? Jim?
I-2, and H2, I-2, yes, sorry, I said it wrong again. I-2. The South Texas Water Authority Board appointment, I want to move it to the next meeting, and I make the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I'm abstaining on
You're
that item.
abstaining, yes.
And that's,
Are there any other items that need to be tabled?
Your Honor, there was a calculation error on E1, if I can table E1 indefinitely.
Indefinitely?
Yes.
I still can't find the one you just did. E1.
E1.
So moved.
A second.
E1 to table.
Second.
Indefinitely.
All those in favor say aye.
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 We're presenting anything that needs to be tabled. Commissioner, do you have any that you want to table?
Oh, yeah. The one that,
God bless.
bless you. Where's Anna? Anna here? Anna, she's not here?
What number is that? On item 3A3, I want to table to the next meeting as well.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
383?
3A3.
And what's the other one, Judge?
We had I2, very beginning, board appointments,
Oh,
the South Texas Water Authority.
Okay, there it is. I've got one I'm checking on, Judge, but don't wait on me. I'll come
Okay.
back if I need to.
And then the other one was E1. Did you make for the E1?
E1.
If that's all,
You have any, you don't have any, Joe? No?
I have the one on the one, what's the one that Anna had for the,
Grants, hold on, B1,
was grants, oh, this is grant, under grants, right?
yes, that's correct.
B1? Do you want to table that one?
I want to table that one for now.
And make the motion to table item B1 to the next meeting, sir?
Next meeting will be fine.
Yes.
Which one? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
B1.
B as
under
in dog?
grants.
Or
B,
Under
grant,
grants.
under grants.
B, sorry.
There's only one item, it's B1.
One.
Yes. B, I'm sorry, Commissioner Hernandez, I wasn't speaking in the microphone.
B1.
Judge, I'd like to, oh, do we need to vote on that one? Sorry.
You need a second.
We had, I had a motion and did Commissioner,
I can't, I don't know why I'm having trouble finding stuff today.
Yeah.
Motion, who needs a second?
Is it under consent or
I'll
regular
second it.
agenda?
Okay.
all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. I thought we already did that.
And Judge, I'd like to make a motion to table 3A7 till the next meeting. Discuss and consider dune protection permit for Admiral's Road project and all related matters.
I'll second that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
To table 3A7 to the next meeting. All right, are we ready to move forward?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, moving on to public comments. I have Tim Dowling up first. If you will state your name and address before your comment, please. And you have 3 minutes. And just to be clear, so you understand, we cannot comment back. This is public comment. We can only listen. So we're not being rude if we don't answer. Yes.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Tim Dowling. I'm an attorney here in Corpus Christi for 41 years, live at 8017 Villafranche. I sure hate to bring the mood down after all these wonderful uplifting events we've had earlier this morning, but you, as Nueces County, and each of you individually are under attack. Your attacker is the state of Texas and some proposed legislation. It's HB 2127 and SB 814. It would preempt you from acting in any of 6 areas under 6 statutory codes: agriculture, finance, insurance, labor, natural resources, and occupation, unless the Texas legislature explicitly authorizes you to act. That's hundreds, maybe thousands of provisions. Under the current law, basically you can do anything you want as long as the legislature says, no, you can't. This switches it entirely around and says you can't do anything in any of these areas unless we explicitly say you can. So it totally reverses it. So what happens if you had violated deliberately or innocently? Guess what? You can be sued in any of 254 counties in the state of Texas, Nueces County, and each of you who voted for it. And even, not only that's not bad enough, Nueces County can be required to pay the attorney's fees if the other side prevails, and each of you who voted for it can also be ordered to pay the attorney's fees, each of you personally. There is no governmental immunity. So you could easily have this scenario. Somebody doesn't like something you did, it's a controversial measure, you get sued in 4, 5, 6 counties in Texas, and next thing you know, you're off to the races paying a lot of lawyers a lot of money, and you might have to pay the other side's attorney's fees. It's a recipe for intimidation of you in other counties and cities, and it will invite rampant lawsuit abuse. I think it will also make people more reluctant to run for these positions. You're putting your personal finances at risk under this bill. So what I think you need to do is stop the state of Texas from radically making this intrusion into local law. If there was a similar federal law that said, no, you can't act the state of Texas in any of these things, we would say that's an outrageous federal intrusion in state affairs. This is no different. The state of Texas is radically intruding into local affairs. So what I'd ask you to do, before I tell you what I'd ask you to do, one other thing I need to bring to your attention. There are 2 bills, SB 990 and HB 5331, that would ban countywide voting, which has been very, very successful, and I was pleased to hear in a very pleasant conversation I had with our outstanding clerk, Ms. Sands, yesterday, that she opposes that. And I urge you to make known your opposition to all of our legislative bodies, and especially Mr. Hunter. He's the only one of our local legislators who's in the majority party, so I think he's got more opportunity to influence things. And so I'd ask you to do that. And just by luck, when I was checking very late last night, I found some public comments about this bill, and you'll be joining good company, because Mayor Guajardo wrote a letter about this on March the 15th. I'm sorry I did not have an opportunity to make 10 copies like I did for some extensive remarks that I handed out earlier. I hope you receive. But anyway, I have a copy of the letter for the mayor, which basically says I oppose it as well. So I urge you to act. This is really a grave threat, and I don't think a lot of people know about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lisa Hernandez.
Hi, thank you for having this public comment time. My name is Lisa Hernandez. I reside at 5826 Llano Drive in Corpus Christi. I am a resident of Commissioner Hernandez's district. Before I get started on what I was going to talk about, I want to thank all of you for item K on the consent agenda. I wish it was 18 million. I do not want another 4-year-old to hear she's not going to live until she's 65. That's what I heard at age 4. So thank you very much. Mr. Chesney, I know you had a lot to do with it. Now, my purpose for being here, apparently there was a vote taken about paying for outside attorney expenses for our democratically elected district attorney, Mark Gonzalez, and it was tabled for various reasons. You claim he is not a county employee, that he is a district employee, and his pay is partially paid by the state. Guess what? So are the district judges, so is the district clerk. Yet you would easily agree to pay their legal expenses. You claim that it is quasi-criminal under Section 1983 of the U.S. Criminal Code, Civil Rights Code. Everything brought under 1863 is indeed quasi-criminal. Yet you have paid for these before, not only for Mr. Gonzalez, but also for jailers who have abused inmates at the jail. There is another contention that there might be a conflict of interest due to relatives working in his office. That is an invalid complaint. When I moved down here from Austin, we did not move down here waiting for my husband's cousin to get off of the board of the school board, the school to which I worked, at which I worked. Once he retired, I felt ethically comfortable enough applying. Well, it turns out that in-laws don't count in Texas ethics or in Texas law. So that's an invalid complaint. You are paying the legal expenses for our criminally indicted medical examiner. Why not our, once again, twice elected, democratically elected, in free and fair elections in Nueces County, district attorney? Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn Chiavula.
Good morning. My name is Carolyn Koivala. I live at 930 Coral Place in Corpus Christi. And I'm here today to find out just why this court feels there's no justification for paying legal fees resulting from the frivolous lawsuit brought by one disgruntled citizen. Mark Gonzalez was elected twice in free and fair elections. As Lisa said, the county is currently paying legal fees for a fired medical examiner and for the corrections officers accused of injuring inmates. Commissioner Hernandez says he cannot vote because he has a conflict of interest since his daughter-in-law works for the district attorney's office, but in-laws are not considered immediate family, so there is no conflict. It seems to me that this lawsuit and the Commissioner's Court inaction on paying Mr. Gonzalez's legal fees is obviously partisan politics. Nueces County deserves better representation. Thank you.
Thank you. George Clower.
I'm George Clower, 304 South Morningside in Corpus Christi. I rise to confirm what the previous two speakers have said in support of the county's paying for the district attorney's fees. And I don't need to repeat all of their reasons, but I stand by those two. Thank you.
Thank you. Adriana Panther.
Good morning. My name is Adriana Parquet with the Instituto de Cultura Hispánica de Corpus Christi as the Vice President of Development. 8201 Badlands Drive. I am here only to invite you. A town without the culture tradition is a town without future. So we are encouraging you to become a member of the Instituto de Cultura Hispánica, but also to donate for a Hispanic museum. We're going to have like a different kind of events during the year because our building has over 100 years. So that causes us to maintain all the historical thing we have promoting the Hispanic culture here in Corpus Christi. And April the 21st, we're going to celebrate this Asamblea in the Instituto, 1617 Chaparral Street. And every donation is going to be free, open to the public, but every donation, we're going to appreciate it. Thank you so much, and thank you, commissioners, and Judge Scott for to support us at the Instituto de Cultura Hispánica. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bob Bass? No? Okay. Renee Signs.
Sorry, I haven't been called Rini in a long, long time. Of all the names, being called Rini was not my favorite. It really wasn't. So Renee Signs.
Renee.
Okay. My name is Renee Signs. I'm the Nueces County Democratic Party Chair. Rather than repeating what has been stated, I stand with those points that have been made. I want to add that it's unfortunate that we have to be here today to deal with an issue like this. This is not about Mark Gonzalez, the person. This is about Mark Gonzalez, the district attorney. Okay? This law, I think, is being misinterpreted and being used the wrong way. If you do not give him this cover, which you have done before, then you subject yourself to this same actions as well. Yeah, we deal with issues through voting. That's the way these issues are resolved. If we don't like the performance of anybody, then again, that happens through elections. That's how democracy works. I don't agree with some of the people in here who've gotten elected, okay, on some issues. But I realize that, hey, that's why we have elections. So I'm urging each and every one of you to vote in favor of giving Mark Gonzalez his representation, because you've done it before, and at some point in time, you may need this because this law may be applied towards you and the decisions that you make. It's a smart thing to do, and you know it's the right thing to do, okay? I want to thank you for your time, and it's Renaissance. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Excuse me, Judge. Since I was called out by name, is it too late for me to sign up for public comment?
No, we have a long list.
Okay.
I'll put you on there. Joseph Ramirez.
Good morning, Commissioners. Hope everybody enjoyed a great Easter. Here to speak also on the same topic. And I know most of you guys know me from politics and specifically partisan roles usually, but I'm here today not as chairman of the Tejano Democrats, but as a friend and hoping to shed a different light on this issue. I want to read a verse today that says, "You shall do no injustice in court. You shall not be partial to the poor or defer to the great, but in righteousness shall you judge your neighbor." And that's what we're asking for. We're asking for fairness. We're asking to take the partisan politics out of this situation. It's already flooded with partisan politics to begin with. But when it comes to our day in court, that's something that I think we all stand on. That's part of the foundation of our democracy as citizens, not politicians, but as citizens. That's part of our foundation. So we're asking for you guys to be fair, whether you think he's guilty or not guilty, or, you know, it's not that kind of case, but, you know, we all have heard that innocent until proven guilty. Let's be fair and let this man have his day in court, but let's be fair and do for him. And I'll tell you right now, Commissioner Chesney, Commissioner Scott, I'd be up here fighting for you as well, for them to do the same for you if you were wrongly accused of something, because I believe that having that fairness is just. And I'll close with another Bible verse that says, "There's neither Jew nor Greek, neither slave nor free, nor male or female, for you're all one in Christ." But I'll change that. That's from the King James Version. I'll give you the Joseph Ramirez version. "There's no Republican, no Democrat, no independent, but we're all citizens here of Nueces County, and we're asking you to do what's right." Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Becky Moeller.
My name is Becky Moeller, 7217 Sparkle C here in Corpus Christi. I have to say first, I'm probably the oldest person in this room, and I was so happy to see the Islander girls here because when I was in high school, there was no competitive sports for girls. So it does my heart good to see that something has changed, and hopefully it stays changed if we don't screw it up somewhere along the line. So thanks for letting us meet them. When the legislature is in session, you never know what's going to happen. But I'm here to speak on 4 and 5, more specifically 5, to hire outside counsel for our district attorney, Mark Gonzalez. I was gone from Corpus for a number of years, so I didn't have a personal relationship with Mr. Gonzalez until he was running for district attorney. That's when I met him and got to know him, and a more hardworking candidate I've never seen. But, you know, I think y'all have both a moral and a legal obligation to take care of this issue. As has said before me, it could be you. It has been some of you, not you 5, but some of you. Of course, you can't answer my question, but did we provide counsel for Judge Ina Klein in her recent debacle? I don't know, and you can't tell me. But other folks we have. The history that they've mentioned that he's had his counsel paid for before too. This is not about Nueces County and our district attorney, Mark Gonzalez. This is a national problem, and after the Nashville 3, we're on the news so much. I've spent way too much time in front of the TV this last few days, but I've heard over and over that this is not a local thing. It's about progressive district attorneys across this country. And Mark Gonzalez, I think, has just been sucked up into the funnel and went after him. When I went to the court, the very first court thing, they had said he refused to handle a case on 2 issues. And the judge said, no, that didn't come before him. So the petition was to be redone without those 2 things on there. So I think the petitioners were short-sighted. They didn't do their homework and went forward with the case. And I just don't understand why you would take one of your own elected officials in Nueces County and hang them out to dry by not providing them the same thing you've provided others and people in the same title as he has. Provide him outside counsel so he has a good legal defense. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Becky. Ray Madrigal, or yeah.
Good morning. I'm here to address the same thing. I'm not speaking on behalf of Mark Gonzalez. Don't really, I have my personal opinions on him. I'm here because this attack is an attack on democracy. And you guys, by allowing this to move forward, are disenfranchising minority voters. This is not right. I mean, if I believe that if the citizens of Nueces County are expected to pay for this frivolous lawsuit filed by our county attorney, then they should be also paying for Mark Gonzalez's outside counsel. This is this to me, we expect more competency from our leaders. This charade that we have going on here today should not play a factor in influencing y'all's decision. It's based on law. And the law specifically states that the state will pay for lawsuits filed against public servants. I don't understand why we're here, because that is the law. And all I ask for you guys to do is follow the law. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Connie Baird.
I'm actually withdrawing my request to speak.
Thank you. Mary Afuso.
She already spoke.
She what? She left. Okay.
She was with.
Alice Hawkins.
Good morning. Judge Scott, excuse me, and the rest of the commissioners. I stand this morning in solidarity, excuse me, for Mark Gonzalez to have representation, and I also stand for him to have his bills paid. If there is not a precedent to not do this, which thus far I've not heard of anybody else being rejected or refused this particular type of assistance. So if we are planning on setting a precedence to not allow him to have what the law requires, then we are setting up ourselves, because as the gentleman just spoke, if it can happen now, who's to say that it won't happen again to you or anybody else who is an employee of the state of the city? So I stand to ask you to provide attorney's fees and to take care of a duly elected official. We're not talking about a scam here. We're not talking about someone who got in by shoddy methods, but we are talking about an election that I voted in, and I voted for some of you. So I'm asking that you do your due diligence. If there is not a written policy that says that this should not happen, and it's just on the whim of someone who chooses to do this, just know that when you point one finger at somebody else, there's three coming back at you. So I'm asking that you do the right thing, that you support Mark, and that you pay his bills. By the way, I forgot to tell you that my name is Alice Upshaw Hawkins. I live at 3605 Cottonwood Street in Corpus Christi, Texas, and I was raised in Nueces County. This is my home, and I have voted in every election since I was 18 years old. And Becky, if you're the oldest one, I'm probably right behind you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hernandez has withdrawn and going to speak when the item comes up on the agenda.
Judge, I didn't withdraw.
Oh, I thought they said you
No,
could.
it was requested by county attorney for me not to speak. But we've spoken before.
Yep.
During public comment. And I would like to speak. Okay?
I'll just let you know, Commissioner, that responses are in public comment are to be limited to statements.
Yes, ma'am, but in the past, just like everything else, we've paid their attorney's fees in the past. So why shouldn't it continue? Why do you want to change the rules?
I'm not going to comment on that issue,
Well, I know
Commissioner,
you're not.
and there's an item on the agenda.
I
And
understand
as a
that.
commissioner, for this purpose, your
I understand,
comments
but
should be during the
I
discussion.
was called out in public, okay? And I want my chance to defend myself, to speak my past, okay? You've always let us,
You've
never
been
come-
reminded, you do as you wish, but
I
you've been
will.
reminded of the
I will.
TAMU violation.
I will, thank you. I'm Commissioner Hernandez, and one of the things I did when I first got sworn in was to obey and take the oath, protect the oath of the Constitution of this United States. Okay. So if we've done things in the past and it's been okay, and my understanding is, I wasn't here, my understanding is we've paid attorney's fees for Mr. Gonzalez in the past. So what has changed that we shouldn't do it now? Okay. I don't publicize how I'm going to vote on anything. Okay. I let my conscience be my guide. It's like several people here have talked about Jesus and God, and that Jesus loves justice. Okay. Well, I want justice too, and I wanted to keep going the right way. The reason I'm here is I'm not proclaimed to be a Democrat or a Republican. Okay, I'm just an individual that wants to do what's right. And if we've paid this for Mr. Gonzalez in the past and others, I don't think anything has changed that it cannot continue. Thank you.
And that concludes our public comment section. Is there anyone here that I missed or wishes to speak? Jeremy, that is it. Yeah. Did you sign up? Do you want to sign the list here?
I'll get them afterwards.
Yeah, okay.
Good morning, Judge Scott and Commissioners. I wasn't going to speak on this.
State your name and address, please, first.
You have Jeremy Coleman, 401 North Tonkawa. Our vision for the NAACP is to achieve equality, political rights, and to help those individuals who are in need. More recently, our national office has really taken a hard look at what we're doing in our local communities. Before I go into saying that, let me say this. I have a huge thing with decorum in a public setting whenever we're speaking to elected officials. So I just have to say this. Whenever we're up here speaking and we're coming during public comment, some of these individuals, including myself, we're taking off our jobs. We're coming to address issues that are matters for the majority of us of the heart. So whenever we're speaking during public comment, I noticed some of you all taking notes, and I was really thankful for that because that lets me know you're actually like listening. And I know you don't have to respond, and I appreciate that. And then I just saw a lot of distraction that was going on. So I'm just asking that whenever we're here in public comment, that those distractions that occur behind you are limited, because we're here and we get 3 minutes to say what we have to say, and sometimes when you're not looking or you're moving about, it just seems as if you're not paying attention. But back on what I wanted to initially say, I wasn't going to speak because the NAACP has a stance on we don't lean to the left or to the right. And in my official capacity, I try and hold true to that as much as I possibly can. But I want to go back to what the vision and our mission is. One of the core things, which you probably have saw with the individuals in Tennessee and them getting ousted, and all the dramatics that are going into and the drama that are going into individuals who have a strong voice in serving their community. I'm not going to, and I've never have, come to a court or a public setting to direct anyone to say this is what you should or you shouldn't do, because we elected you all to do the right thing and carry out your obligations through your oath and what you've been placed to do. But in relation to the district attorney, it is no secret that he has a relationship with the NAACP. And I just want the commissioner's court, whatever, and I haven't read the law. I know some individuals stated it, what it states, and I know you've read it. I know many of you personally, and I know you all study and y'all give feedback, and you're not just up here just to be up here. But whatever it does entail for you to do, I would hope and encourage you just to do that. If you do not want to support or pay for his legal fees, whatever, then just state it on record and just say, I'm not going to do that. Just stand on it, state on it, and move on from it. But right now, in this moment, regardless of what has occurred in the past, this is a moment right now that some of his constituents that have voted for him, and maybe some that did not vote for him, are just asking that whatever we have done or you have done as a county, as community leaders, as you're in your elected seats, maybe now or in the past, that you just continue that and just ensure that it is taken care of for our district attorney. Now, in saying that, I want to flip on the other side and just say thank you to Commissioner Hernandez and Chesney for your assistance that you all have given to the NAACP more recently. But I have 1 second. I just want to say this the ARPA plan and the funding, I want to commend you all for really working with these nonprofits to ensure that they're getting what they need in, and you all are, tabling things, and you're going through, and the staff is working really, really well, and they're communicating back and forth, Judge. So I want you all to know that they're doing their best to ensure that we're getting it and the information, and I just want to say thank you, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes our public comment section. I think we have one that wants to speak when the item comes up, but that's all. Moving on to board appointments. I-1, the Nueces County Beach Management Advisory Committee.
Catch up.
That's in your district, Brent?
Yes, ma'am. I'm trying to catch up here.
Sorry.
Just listening to Mr. Coleman. I think we only have, after several postings,
We only have
one
Peyton.
application, and I'm trying to find it, and I'm sorry,
Peyton?
yeah. Golly.
It's under part-time until December 23rd. One applicant.
After several postings, we only had one applicant for
Yes, ma'am.
that, and
So-
I would make the motion to accept the applicant, Peyton Havelka. We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion on this? All those in favor say aye.
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 Two was tabled.
Did you vote? John? Yeah. Aye. The motion passes. Thank you. We tabled the next one, so moving on to the consent agenda. Are there any items that any of you wish to pull for more extensive comments in the consent agenda?
Yeah, I want to pull, number D, special motions.
D?
D is in
Uh-huh.
dog.
Is that all?
Special motions.
D is in dog?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything else?
Number M.
M as in
To Mary and N as in Nora.
M and N.
Yeah.
So D, M, and N. Any other commissioners have any they want to? John, you good with everything? So I'll accept a motion to pass the consent agenda excluding item D, M, and N.
So moved.
We have a motion to pass with the exclusion of those. I'll second that motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to item D, authorize payment of bills, special motions list, American Rescue Plan Act. And Commissioner Gonzalez, you
Okay,
have.
I want to go so move that we approved everything on the consent agenda except for number 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. And
On the special motions?
On the
Special
special motions,
and 31 and 32.
26, 27,
26, 27, 28, 29.
30, 31 and 32.
So moved. All except those.
We have a motion and a second to pass all of the rest excluding item number 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Are we just not paying those, or are we addressing those?
Yeah, let me address that.
Okay.
On number 27 to 32. The reason I brought this up again, and I'm going to ask Dale, I know it's one, I saw one back here a while ago. Is one back still in here?
L-A-N.
Okay, let me just go back before one comes. Let me go to the next one, so I'm wasting time. So I'm going to go ahead and go to M and N. The reason I pull those out, because I just want to be a little more transparency like people want us to be. And I think when we do something like that, we need to indicate the amount on that special motion. So, people in the audience don't have the backup that we do. So I think when, like M, authorized contract with Robstown Area Economic Development, should be the $60,000 indicated in it. Right? I think it's 60, right? Is that correct, Teresa?
So we are on item M, authorize a contract with Robstown Area Development Commission.
Oh, wait, what
Yes.
happened to, oh, I thought you were going to go through the,
He's waiting for
I
one.
jumped to here because one wasn't here.
oh, okay, so what did you, now you're on M?
Yeah, I
Now
just
he's
want
on
to,
M.
make sure that that's the 60,000 we're talking about on the Robstown RADC.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay, and my deal is, if we do this in special motions, that we indicate that in parentheses, how much, so there won't be no question in the audience either. How much we're giving them, and they'll be surprised later on, say,
Put it on the agenda?
yeah, because they don't have the backup that we do, right?
Okay.
So,
They don't
This
get
is
the backup
basically
at all.
just the contract. The payment will be on the next court agenda with that breakout.
yeah, but we're discussing right now, so it's good to, if we pass it, it's good that people know, just a review, right? I mean, as far as that's my,
So you make the motion to pass it
So make
with
a
that
motion pass
recommendation.
to indicate that, we show the 60,000 from the future agenda items, right?
I'll second that, yes. Any other
And,
discussion?
yeah, I'm sorry.
On item M, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
And same thing with N, of course, it's an amount there, so for future references, we just need to show that, that way there'll be no questions on the audience, or have questions on what later on said, the audience say that, well,
So on item N, authorize a contract with United Corpus Christi Chamber of Commerce, Texas Windstorm Insurance Association for 2022-23. The commissioner just would like a little more information detailed on the front there so that we're being transparent with our.
The dollar amount.
Yes, with the dollar amount that we're planning to give to those. So if that could be included, but.
We just need to do that on all of them, that's a great.
On all of them, that's a great idea.
In the
that's what I'm
recommendation.
talking about, anything that has to do amounts.
Amounts, put the amount on them. So is
can
that
put
your
it in your-
motion,
in your
Commissioner
My motion to go ahead
Gonzalez?
in future. list
I'll
all the
second that
amounts.
one
Do you want
as
to add
well.
that, the amount into your motion? And that
think
way
he
I
wants to
can,
put it in-
reflect in the minutes.
Right.
No, my motion is to include the amounts.
Say the amount now, that way I can have it in my
The
minutes.
amount right now is 60,000.
Okay, so
Well,
that's
that was
what,
on the other one.
That was the other one, and 25 is on this one.
25 is on this one.
that's all I'm saying, then it could be in the minutes.
Yes, okay.
Okay,
Okay,
It would be
60,000
included in the recommendation.
60,000 on
going
M,
forward.
25 on N.
okay, I'll add that in there.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
okay, that's okay.
We had a motion and a second on item N. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Going back to item D, since Mr. Pimentel is back,
I just want to
Commissioner.
ask one, and Dale, I think I brought this back up at the last meeting or meeting before that on the payouts on contracts, especially with land, since their contract was terminated on February the 8th, 23. But, we still get them contracts, invoices for December, November, and we're already in April. So, I mean, so those are backlogged, right? Those are back too, like anybody else's contract. So my question was, I think, Dale, I don't know if you were here or not, maybe Lisa was. Can you sit down with them and find out what really we owe them for November, December? I mean, I think just bleeding us to death with a little, every time we come back, it's another 39,000, 45,000, 50,000. Can we just go back and sit down and see what we owe them? They should know by now.
Yes, sir, we can. And just to kind of answer your question in regards to why these invoices are here at this time is because these invoices were, previous invoices needed to get revised because there were some issues with the man hours that were being requested to get paid. So until we get those revised invoices, then we can go from, just an example, if you're going from 16 to 17, invoice from 16 to 17, then you can't pay 17, 18, and 19, and 20 because they have to revise 16 in order to make sure that they all reflect the latest cost.
I understand that, but I think it's time for them to sit down with you.
Yes, sir.
And say, what do we owe you for November, December, January? Because it's February. I mean, they should know. They did the work. They should know, right?
Yes, sir.
They don't take them 2 more months to write it down. I just want to keep on paying them for the rest of the year. Invoices that are 3, 4, 5 months past.
Yes, sir. And I can get with Eliane and just make sure that we do have the final invoice of what they're requesting to get
But
paid.
then also my other question, Dale, I don't know if yours or Juan, but if I look at the invoices too, it has hours, but half of them don't say who they spoke to or what day those hours, and we're still approving them. What days all these hours were approved? I mean, 2 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, but it doesn't say the date. It doesn't say who they talked to in that day.
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. And just to kind of answer that question, Commissioner, at the beginning of this contract with Eliane, Public Works did request that information. Public Works requested a detailed information from Eliane to make sure that every hour that they accounted for was being detailed in their what's it called, in their invoice. At that time, we were told that that wasn't something that we should be requesting. So throughout these year and a half of contracts with Eliane, this process has been followed because we were informed at that time, at the initial part of the contract, that we couldn't request that.
Well, you could
So,
have,
yes, sir.
so January the 1st, you could have, right?
Yes, well, yes, sir,
It's a new ballgame.
yes, sir.
So I think that's when we sort of sit down and say, look,
Yes, sir. And
Judge,
then,
this is what we need, this is what we're going to ask.
yes, sir. We got advice from the county attorney, and we got advice at that time, and we got advice from others that we couldn't request for that information because it wasn't part of their contract.
The contract was written that way.
Because the contract was written that way.
You can't just add new
No,
requirements.
But if you tell me if I'm paying you for 5 hours, you got to tell me who you work for 5 hours. I mean, or what date it was. But none of the hours have a date.
Well, this specific thing, I don't know.
And we'll get together with the county attorney, but Commissioner, we've requested for this information, and you know how it's gone.
I just want to pay them.
Yes, sir.
Get rid
I
of
agree.
them. I don't want to see invoices here until June, July.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Dale, I don't know what else can we do that you need to do or whatever.
We need to work with Juan, and once we get, because these were bills received from him, his office, that they believe they did a little bit of review, but if it's to be justified where we do one quick bill for them to make sure the hours are there, I'll make sure we work with Juan to get the one payment request for this particular function to get it all paid at once.
Okay. I'd like to, maybe we can see it by the next meeting. I would like to do that.
Yes, sir. We can make sure we'll get with them and make
Yeah, I
sure
appreciate you on
and
it.
finalize it.
Thank you, Juan. You all need
Yes,
to
sir.
get together.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Thank you, Juan.
So I don't know, do we approve this now or
Do you
not?
want to wait, or do you want
I
to
want to
approve
wait.
these
I think I want to wait till the next meeting to see.
on those?
Can we do that, Jenny? I mean, I don't want to be in violation of anybody, although we're waiting for other people right now too, but
You've already approved the rest of the items on the consent agenda. The only ones that were pending was from 26 to 32. Those bills will not be paid.
okay. Sounds good. To pay
So
everything
we're
else.
moving this to the
Move that we
next
pay
meeting?
everything else before 36,
Yes.
or 31, 32, right?
Yeah, yes.
Well, did we just get these? I just want to make sure we're not violating prompt payment acts or anything like that. So did we just get these bills?
We had to pay, that's not, we had to, when we received the invoice, because you had 30 days to pay after you received the invoice.
We're not doing that to everybody. That's
I don't know when the invoice that we're discussing right now it was
And
received.
that's what bothers me right now. I'm glad you, because we're not doing that with everybody. So I mean, we got invoices that are floating around too. we need to pay them. So
That's correct.
this work was done, performed, and complete, we need to pay them. So at the next meeting, it'll be part of my agenda item that we paid my project that was done, we need to pay it. So, but anyway, again, can you, Dale, work with Juan?
We'll make sure we work with Juan to get this paid as quickly as we can.
Okay. With my motion will say that we're going to have the auditor work with Public Works to try to close out whatever balances we have with land.
Yes.
And bring it to a closure. And any invoices that are floating around, we need to also close them out.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. That's my motion.
Payment of
We have a motion and a second to, for Mr. Pimentel and the auditor to work together, but exclude, not today, we're not going to pay these. He wants to bring these back to the next meeting.
Everything except for 31 and
26,
32.
27, 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32.
That's correct.
Everything else will be paid before this one.
Wait, everything's
Everything else,
except 31.
Everything else will be paid.
Which ones you want to say, Judge?
anything before and after that.
27. Anything before 27 can be paid. Right, Dale?
26 through 32. Not 26 through 32. We have a motion and a second. We're going to bring that back to the next meeting for payment. Do you understand?
Yes,
Is that
I want to
okay?
make sure that we
Motion
don't
is
go
that
outside the 30 days
Everything will get paid.
that we
land
have to.
It's already been approved before the 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32. Those will be held for the next meeting after Dale and Juan get together and sit down with Len and to find out how can we close this thing out in one lump sum. But we need to make sure that the hours are verified, right? And what day those hours were done.
26. You pulled item 26.
I'm sorry?
You pulled item 26
26, well.
as well. You
26, 27,
Yeah, right.
28,
Right.
29,
Right.
30,
Okay.
31, and 32.
okay?
Are we clear?
I think so.
I would like to just make sure that those invoices, they're not going to be over 30 days next meeting. That's my only concern.
Excuse me, Dave?
We just got them, though.
And
Okay. If they're-
We just got them here today, so it's our first look.
It's our first look, so it's not.
But
Yes.
isn't there, if there's a discrepancy in the invoice, you can go over 30 days?
If whoever received the invoice they already said that to the company, to the vendor, that is a discrepancy, you have 20 days to do that.
So you have to, you have to notify the company.
That's correct.
That they have a discrepancy.
That's
okay?
correct,
So maybe
Commissioner.
that's a route we need to take.
That'll be up to,
Notify them with the
that'll be up to
invoices.
Juan and
Yes,
Dale.
Juan and Dale. So we have a motion and a second. I don't think we voted on that. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'd like the opportunity to maybe ask the court to look at that a little later because these have been in Juan's possession for more than the 30 days. And so we'd like to bring this back maybe before the end of
Yes.
court.
Can I say, I just want to make sure, if we submit something to Commissioner's Court for approval, there should be a letter, cover sheet saying that we're recommending approval, that Public Works is recommending approval.
There is.
So if these invoices were sent to y'all, there should be an attached, a document saying that we're recommending approval of the invoices. So if there is a document, there should be a cover sheet to our invoices that we're recommending.
There was for each of them, yes.
There is one? Yeah.
Yes.
There was for each of them.
So if there's a cover sheet on them, then Public Works is recommending approval of the invoices. We have reviewed them, we
Well,
recommending.
I really want more explanation, Juan. I want a clarification of those hours, the dates, and who they spoke to in those dates. I'm not
Yes.
gonna pay somebody that tells me you owe me 3 hours, I'm gonna pay it. You know, this is a problem we've been having, and you know that. So I think, you know, it's time to say, I owe you 3 hours for what?
Yes, sir.
And who did you speak to?
And at that point, I would have to request advice from the county attorney to make sure we can do that, Commissioner.
There's a lot they're just, you talk about discrepancies, there are discrepancies here, and I highlight some of the discrepancies. I mean, it's not this is not check and balance, you know, so we need to, you know, pay what we owe, but we're not gonna pay more than what we owe. I mean, if I owe you 10 hours, I'll pay you 10 hours, but tell me what I owe you 10 hours for. And what day did you do them? I mean, if you just tell me you did 10 hours and you don't give me a date, how do I know you did 10 hours? So this is the only thing this is why I need for you to probably get with them, and they need to be more specific, you know? I mean, they did it, they should have it.
Yes, sir. And you're right, Commissioner. Some of these, and going back to other invoices that we have, that we got invoices that are 6 months old and 8 months old, and this is the reason why we request invoices on a monthly basis. And for that reason, we have this issue.
But I think if they're gonna roll over one for 30 days or 6, I think you need to go to discuss it with the judge and say, look, Judge, this invoice is 30 days old.
Yes, sir.
What should we do? You know, sometimes we have to communicate with each other. If it's my project, I want to know right away. And after 30 days, I don't want to know 60 days later. I want to know 30 days are up. Why are we not paying it?
Yes, sir.
Because this is one of them is my project, and I know it's done, so we should have paid it. But again, I think when there's an issue here, then you need to staff it with the judge and say, you know, I mean, judge might say, go ahead, pay it. Then it goes back to the judge, you know.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
anyway,
I'd be happy to get with y'all.
clearance, right?
We'll all get together about this, so.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We're moving on to the regular agenda, item A1. We're going to receive an update on the Harbor Bridge project. Miss Allison, you're up. Thank you.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners.
Morning.
Thank you for having me today. My name is Lynn Allison. Like Judge Scott stated, I am with the developer for the Harbor Bridge Replacement Project. I run the communications program. So I'll just give it a minute for the slides. There you go. Thank you. My project executive, project manager had joined me this morning, but he had to get back to the office. I think I have a few following online. If you'll advance to the next slide, please. Just an agenda with some talking points for the overview of my presentation. Construction highlights for the North Approach area, the North Roadworks area. By North, I mean North Beach area. South Approach, South Interchange, and Roadworks, the precast yard in Robstown, our local workforce and economic impact, and the safety and on-the-job training program that we have for new hires, our DBE goals, and the Women in Construction initiatives. I'll end up with our Cable Stay Bridge progress update and take any of your questions, or we can stop and do questions along the way, however you prefer.
Right.
If you'll go to the next slide, please. Some of you have seen before, I like to break this project down into sections. So we start at the top with the North Roadworks area. That's where 181 is being realigned, the north side of the project, leading into the North Approach, which is kind of like the runway that will lead up to the Cable Stay Bridge. Of course, the Cable Stay Bridge over the Corpus Christi Ship Channel, the South Approach area that continues on into the complex South Interchange, and out in Robstown where we have our precast yard activities. Next slide, please. So we're going to start over on the north side of the project, talking about the North Approach construction progress. The North Approach is 85% complete, just over 85% complete. Just last week, we finished all of the remaining substructure, which is the remaining pier caps, columns that will lead into the abutment wall, which you can kind of see in the bottom left of the photo. That will be where 181 joins the new Approach Viaduct Bridge. You can see in the bottom right how we're erecting the last remaining spans on the false work construction method, which is the scaffolding. We've just finished also this week the first of the 8 remaining spans and the post-tensioning for that. These are the same size approach segments that are in the approach bridge. They just have to be lifted with this false work. The gantry crane relocated to the north side of the south side of the project. It's too long to erect these last more shallow spans on this northernmost end of the project. Lots to point out in this photo. You can see again on the bottom left where we have the 181 abutment wall embankment that'll tie in. I'm going to just check my notes along the way because I have so many things I don't want to overlook. Okay, if you'll advance the slide, please. ongoing North Beach roadworks and utilities. I can't underestimate or not point out the utilities on this project. It really starts from below sea level and ground up. You can see on the photo on the left that we have Breakwater Avenue under construction, installing a new water line. That complete restoration will be finished by the end of May. By the end of April, early May. We work closely with our attraction partners, stakeholders on North Beach, from the North Beach Community Association and the Aquarium in Lexington, to coordinate detours around heavy holiday weekends. We've provided detour options in many cases right now to Bridgeport while we have Breakwater under construction. We also have, in this photo, we have 3 that you can see on the right photo, 3 of the 4 high mast lights that are on the project. We've also installed underbridge lighting a little further down where the Whataburger underpass is at Beach Avenue. Also on the right, you can see how the alignment will take shape for the new bridge. We've also completed all of our wastewater tie-in and that water package on North Beach as well. And we're working to install another 12-inch water line that will tie into the existing city water line. We've installed drainage that includes a 24-inch reinforced concrete pipe that also runs along Breakwater. Next slide, please. So moving over to the other side of the project South Approach construction progress. We are just over 90% complete with the South Approach. We have 3 remaining spans using the gantry crane for the superstructure. All of the substructure is complete. On the bottom right photo, you can see where the North Approach span stopped. Where that gap is what's going to be known as the transition span and piers. That's where the cable stay bridge will begin. Also, we have in February, we completed all of the southbound lanes, main lanes, and like I said, we're finishing the 3 northernmost main lanes there with the gantry. If you will move to the next slide, please. Each one of these photos has so much complexity, and I should point out these are all current photos. These were taken the last week of March. We have photos done throughout the project monthly. They're posted on our website and our social media, but I like to, and thank you, Ms. D, for working with me on getting this presentation, because I truly update each presentation just the day before, the week before each event. So no 2 presentations are the same. But back to this area, this is a great deal of complexity, as you've all had to deal with the headaches of getting to the courthouse, coming in from IH-37 from the Calallen area. You can see here that we've completed and opened last year 2 of the 4 direct connectors. The 3rd one on the kind of the top right middle photo, that is complete. There's 2 remaining spans for the 4th connector. Those will be both brought into available to motorists once the new bridge opens. On the kind of the left side of the photo, you can really see how the Leopard Street corridor is coming together. We're opening that connectivity route in October this fall, or trying to open sooner, but October is the date. That will also provide a route for motorists coming in to access the courthouse, City Hall from IH-37. You'll exit Port Avenue to Leopard Street, and there will be no traffic lights. You'll see in the next photo, but again, I want to touch on the utilities in this area. There's concrete boxes staged throughout the area, box culverts, concrete pipe. Thankfully, we survived all the over 4 inches of rain last week without having to do any closures of the Northwest Loop ramp. We do have some temporary drainage in place for this area. We have very significant drainage that will be completed and tied in once this full interchange is open. You can kind of see in the middle of the photo the salt flat channel, which has been tripled in capacity to allow for more drainage. There's excavation going on within the Northwest Loop ramp that's open for a retaining pond. The Southwest Loop ramp is under construction, kind of in the left between Leopard Street and IH-37. We did a significant traffic switch last month along IH-37 and shifted traffic onto new main lanes and a bridge that will go over the 181 connection. I'll slow down for you, Commissioner Gonzalez. It was very significant in that it opened up a tremendous amount of area for us to continue with the drainage activities, to continue building new IH-37 main lanes and the second part of that bridge over what will be the 181. Also, you can see here we finally have demolished all of the remaining structures from the 4 previous connectors that were in this area. So just a lot of activity concentrated in this area. With that traffic switch, we also opened up another exit from heading southbound on IH-37 to exit Port Avenue. Again, more connectivity for the folks that get frustrated coming to and from North Beach area. If you'll advance the slide, please. Just more in this general area. Just want to highlight on some of these South Interchange milestones. Like I said, we just did that significant traffic switch a couple of weeks ago. Just 2 weeks ago, on kind of the left of the photo here where the green line is, we opened a turnaround at Nueces Bay Boulevard. We also opened a southbound entrance ramp for IH-37 at Nueces Bay Boulevard, again allowing for anyone that's coming from Portland area, if they miss the Northwest Loop ramp, they don't have to go quite so far as a turnaround to turn around onto IH-37 and get back towards southbound 286. Very significant work right now, heavily focused on opening Lake Street, which is the street kind of that is the semicircle on the photo at the bottom left. That will provide connectivity for the area neighborhoods, Hillcrest, Washington Coles community. As some of you all know, I'm on the board of directors for RTA. I work very closely with our operations team at the RTA to accommodate temporary bus stops. We have one along Leopard Street in the previous photo. Also, significant coordination with Metro Ministries as well. But opening Leopard Street will be significant in that it can move the Route 12 onto that area that used to be the former Winnebago Street route. Next slide, please. So I just touched on Metro Ministries. We've just, there's significant construction in the Leopard Street area from Port to our project limits at Crosstown 286, and alongside the city bond work that's underway. So close coordination always. We've completed a significant redo of the streets at Mestina and Doss, where we excavated 18 inches on these 2 streets and replaced it with 12 inches of concrete treated base. We've just completed new sidewalks and curbs in the area. And that will soon become our detour from Coke Street onto Doss when we continue with the drainage and restoration work to open that Leopard Street bridge. Also new driveways. There's the Mount Pilgrim Baptist Church there, new driveways at Metro Ministries. If you'll advance the slide, please. I want to touch on signage. I hear the frustration. I hear the comments on the radio. I read the comments on social media. I understand it's confusing. We have significant signage that we've added in the C District area, over 100 signs, in fact. These orange construction signs, the blue signs to the wayfinding signs, certainly more along the interchange area, coming southbound on SH 286 to access Staple Street area and North Beach as well. And we've also painted these route shield pavement markers, which hopefully are particularly noticeable at night. Again, lighting is very significant. Back to some of the previous work we just finished, we installed underbridge lighting at the Port Avenue Bridge over IH-37 and the Nueces Bay Boulevard Bridge over IH-37 to accommodate the pedestrian traffic in the area, getting to and from Metro Ministries, bus stops as well. And also Lake Street, when we open Lake Street, there will be additional lighting for pedestrians and illumination for motorists as well. So next slide, please. I want to go out to Robstown and talk about our precast yard. Really significant progress with our team out there. They are over 90% complete with construction. We have completed all of the Delta frame fabrication, which is a very integral component to the cable stay bridge. The bottom right photo, you can see just how massive those transports are to move those 84 Delta frames. The top right is a main span a main span segment. These are all fabricated with the 2505 specialty concrete mix that's meant to have a lifespan of 170 years, as is all of the substructure on the cable stay bridge. The transports of each one of these segments alone, and there's 2,600 total for the project with the approaches and the cable stay bridge, is a task. We have to have a police escort for each unit that gets transported on these SPMTs. They have to have a traffic control plan for each unit. So far, we have transported over, almost 1,900 segments to the approaches and the pylon area. We completed building all of the approach segments last year. Like I said, we have 150, not sure if I said that, remaining main span northbound and southbound segments. Some of you may remember the northbound segments are 69 feet wide and the southbound are 58 feet. The northbound accommodates the shared use path. Again, we are over 90% complete in Robstown, and we will be finished. They'll be finished by the end of the summer with all of the segments for the cable stay bridge. Next slide, please. Also staying out in Robstown, very significant to this court. We did, at our own expense, outside of the technical provisions and requirements, we did significant repairs to County Road 36 last month in February. We added, let me get this right, 250 tons of asphalt to that almost 1 mile stretch from the entrance to our precast yard to Highway 77. Back in 2020, some of you may recall, we built this in partnering with the City of Robstown Drainage District, this bridge over the drainage ditch in Robstown, with donated 24 of our concrete box culverts and helped with the placement and fabrication of this bridge. I hope you all have stopped receiving phone calls for this area in particular.
They have slowed down, and I appreciate the work you've done on this, Lynn. And, you've gotten a lot of calls from me, as we've gotten calls. And as you mentioned, it's the City of Robstown, but it extends out into the county, so that's when my office gets all the phone calls. And I know a lot of the residents feel like they're getting bumped back and forth. We tell them it's not our responsibility, but we'll do everything we can to help. And in reaching you specifically, and I know it takes you and your management team to make it happen, but I want to thank you here publicly, because without our phone calls, without your hard work to make this happen, we would still continue to have those problems. And we have two partners out there, two community partners, and we thank you that Flatiron Dragados that's been the one to step up to fix this road. And we know it's not a complete answer, it's not a complete road as you would want it, but it has definitely made a huge difference with the residents in that area. So I want to thank you for all the work you've done on that and working with me in my office.
Thank you. We appreciate that, and I'll make sure to convey that back to our project team as well. Thank you. Next slide, please. I want to get into some of the things. I enjoy being out in the field as much, if not more, than being in the office. I'm fortunate to participate in many of the activities with our teammates. Just to let you know, we have a very significant economic impact to the area. Despite the frustration of the delays, we have contributed via state and local sales tax contributions in over $400 million of non-consumable, consumable products, non-consumable. And then also we have currently full-time 434 employees between the Flatiron Dragados group on this project. We also employ countless subcontractors and have at any given day on the project about 200 subcontractors. Just very significant, and I think how we fuel the local economy, where we try to hire local. We partner with the Coastal Bend Workforce Solutions. We hosted a hiring event in February We are committed to the area. We understand the frustrations with the delays, and we have to drive the area as well. This is our work family, and we are dedicated to the integrity of this project and to our employees. Next slide, please. Also want to touch on our disadvantaged business enterprise program and our Women in Construction, another fun event for me that I was able to coordinate in March. We had 27, maybe 28 now, women working on the Harbor Bridge project, from administrative to working in the field. We're very proud to showcase their efforts, really working nationally with the Dragados Parent and the Flatiron Parent companies to recruit more women in construction. I certainly have enjoyed it beyond measure. Also, with our DBE program, we have a full-time DBE coordinator. We have exceeded our DBE goals. We're at 9% for the total project. We also have, I want to say, 150 throughout the couple of years lately that DBE subcontractors. I'm sorry, 30. We have 150 people that work with our DBE subcontractors. If you'll advance the slide, please. Also, very critical to the viability of our family at home and on the job. We have a very aggressive and recognized safety program. We do a monthly all-hands safety meeting at 7 a.m. every morning where we offer rewards and recognition. We have daily toolbox talks. Every crew does daily stretches as part of their does a daily risk assessment. Just yesterday, we hosted a consultant on the project and hosted several sessions throughout the project in the field and in the office to get into the grit of talking about mental health and physical health and how it is critical to our colleagues on the project and making it home safely to our families. We also are partnering with the Coastal Bend Workforce Solutions and the Texas Construction Academy to train any of our new hires that are inexperienced in construction and get them with the OSHA 10 certification. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to get into the Cable Stay Bridge. There's just so much to talk about here. You may have heard in the news we've released a timeline for completion of the first to middle half of 2025. I encourage you to go to the TxDOT District Office website, and it outlines the design resolution that was just announced last week on the remaining Cable Stay Bridge design concerns. We are working shifts 24 hours a day to try to catch up and meet this schedule. Certainly makes a beautiful backdrop for opening season of the hooks last week. I certainly enjoyed showcasing some of those photos. Here we have our north pylon. We have completed we're pouring lift 9 of 20 upper tower lifts. So the upper tower lifts is where the tower table deck starts going upwards, and we still have, so it's 20 total upper tower lifts. So we still have 11 to go on the north pylon, which is just about another 200 feet to go. They're about 17 feet each lift, so that just gives you an idea how much taller this bridge is going to be. Very significant also on the Cable Stay Bridge. Milestone in March, we installed the first stay cable steel box in lift 8. Next milestone in May, we're very excited, and we'll certainly showcase on our social media and website, running the first stay cable. Lots of coordination, lots of subcontractors, third-party quality assurance, quality control, and working with TxDOT, their contractors, and of course our team, ARIP CFC, on the bridge design.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Bless you. Well, next slide, please. More just discussion on the Cable Stay Bridge. This is the south pylon. You can see on the left one of those delta frames being placed. Each cycle of each main lane, northbound, southbound, is four segments and then one delta frame to tie it together. We are on the south tower now, just installing the frame for upper tower lift 8 this week. Then next week, another milestone for the South Tower. The first stay cable steel box will be installed in that upper tower, lift 8. You can see the activity on the ground. Again, I encourage you to go to the TxDOT website. I won't go through and read them all, just to talk about the resolution from the footing extension to the delta frames. You can see also the gap, like I said earlier, this is the south approach. You can see the gap that will be the transition pier and the backspan pier. Next slide, please. So just to get really technical, to talk about the cable stay sequencing and the erection, I mentioned the first stay cable box is in place on the North Tower, and in this week on the South Tower, we'll begin running the first cable, like I said, in May. So each cable will be run to the back span and to the main span, which is the center. The main span is considered the center, and the back span and transition pier will have the cables as well. So they'll meet in the middle. You can really see a lot of the crane activity in some of the previous photos. Each tower table deck will have 3 derrick cranes. 2 of those derrick cranes will be mobile, moving southbound and northbound to place segments and delta frames, and then the stationary derrick frame in the middle will be placing those frames on a SBMT to move them back and forth. You can really see how this is going to start taking shape over the summer. Let's see, make sure I didn't miss anything here. Okay, next slide, please. Just want to touch on the lighting of this bridge. Now that you can see this coming together and we've overcome these headwinds, really truly a phenomenal display to look forward to in this iconic bridge. Just to remind you all that it'll have unlimited lighting features. The RGB LED programmable lights there will be tubes placed inside the tower, and then there will be lights shining upwards from the delta frame areas. They are all incorporated in the design of the bridge. So there's not going to be an issue with any erosion like we've had with the existing bridge. That will be another feature that, like I said, there will be opportunities for themes, patriotic themes. And we do have the lighting contractor procured and on site. They're also doing the lighting for several of our other bridges. There's 21 total bridges on this project, plus the one out in Robstown at the precast yard. Next slide, please. Most of you have my cell number. I encourage you to please call me anytime with any questions. If you would like to coordinate a tour of the project, I really also want to encourage you to go to our website, read the project monthly status report, sign up for our newsletter. You can click on the main menu of our website where it says About the Bridge for a project overview. We have a monthly drone photo of the entire project placed on our site each month. I didn't put it in the presentation today just in the interest of your time. With that, next slide, please. Just to reiterate how much we, the developer, appreciate you as community leaders and how you've been patient and supporting us to continue this project. Speaking again on behalf of Flatiron Dragados, we understand the frustration. It's been some disturbing headlines, truthfully, and we are very pleased to be partnering with TxDOT. A big job for me in working with TxDOT to restore the public trust and the viability of this project. So with that, I'm open to your questions.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the presentation. Do any of you have any questions for her?
No questions. Once again, just thank you for your work there on County Road 36. And I agree. I think, one of the questions I'm asked most often is probably the bridge. And so having this this presentation today and it being very thorough, I think helps us, helps the community that watches this. And I think that's important. I think there's a lot of confusion and concern from the public on this. So I think it's going to take a lot of good outreach, and not just outreach, but trust. I think there's a really concern about the trust of the stability, the literal stability of this bridge. So I think that's going to take some time to build up. But what I'm really excited about is that we have a date, right?
Yes, sir.
That's been one of the biggest concerns of anyone is when. And so we can't change anything in the past, but the fact that you have set the mark of early to mid-2025, that's almost here. I mean, you'll be here before we know it.
Yes.
So I think that at least gives the public a chance to see. And I've noticed every time, if I go to Portland and North Beach, I see the progress. And so it's exciting to see that there is movement after much of it had been stalled. I don't think there was ever really a stall in some of the movement, maybe some of the bigger parts, but you all were still always moving on that. Is that
Roadwork,
correct?
certainly, precast yard, we did halt activities on the Cable Stay Bridge. Approaches have been ongoing, those viaduct bridges. And just to remind you all, and I'm happy to include anyone else, I send to Judge Scott's staff a monthly construction update. I'm guessing it gets maybe disseminated by Tyler or someone else to all the commissioners. If not, I'm happy to do that myself. But just, it's a technical report, but it really shows you from one month to the next where we're at and where we're going.
Thank you very much for your report.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate it.
We appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Of course. I get to stay again.
Before we move to the next item, 3A2, let me just briefly announce that if you're here for items 4 or 5, we have set that for our attorneys to be able to be present at 2 o'clock today. So the district attorney's office has been notified as well, so everyone is fully aware, and we are going to go to executive session before we go in there. We have some other items to discuss. Just a little, in case you were waiting for something and had something you needed to do, just wanted to let you know we are going to bring that back at 2 o'clock. Now, moving on to item number 2, receive a presentation from Corpus Christi Regional Transportation Authority regarding their 2022-2023 legislative agenda.
Good morning, Commissioners, Judge. My name is John Bell. I'm the General Legal Counsel for the Corpus Christi Regional Transportation Authority. And with me this morning, we have Lynn Allison, our Board Secretary, who you just heard from with the Flatiron Brigado's presentation. Also, Robert Saldana and Sharon Montes, our Managing Directors at the RTA. Our Board Chair, Dan Leyendecker, and Vice Chair, your appointee, Ana Jimenez, are traveling. Both traveling today, are not able to make it. And so would like to provide you this brief briefing about our legislative program and what's going on with the RTA in Austin. If you could move to the next slide. In a spirit of transparency and cooperation, the Regional Transportation Authority wants to make the other governmental entities in Corpus Christi and Nueces County aware of the issues that we face. You as a county have limited legal authority under state law and are in many ways subject to what the legislature does. The RTA is a creature of state law also, in that we're solely governed by Chapter 451 of the Transportation Code and can't do anything unless we have legislative authority to do that. Next slide, please. We have a couple of issues that are critical to us, one of which in our number one issue relates to the fueling of CNG vehicles. The RTA has made a substantial investment in CNG over the last decade, but under state law, we cannot use our facilities to refuel your vehicles or City of Corpus Christi vehicles or anyone else because of a particular provision in the Texas tax code. And we're trying to change that so that we can assist other governmental entities like the county and the city and school districts that might be converting some of their fleets to compressed natural gas so that you would be able to utilize our refueling facilities under an interlocal agreement. That is our first priority with this particular legislative session. Bills have been drafted and have been introduced by both Senator Hinojosa and Representative Federo, and we're hopeful that those will get progress in this session. The next slide, please. We also are trying to modernize the fare approval process. We have almost gone 20 years without any changes in our fares. Our current base fare is 75 cents, which is the lowest fare basically anywhere in the country, even lower than Laredo and other similar communities in South Texas and across the Southwest. We're trying to be like Austin in having a fare approval similar, basically falling into a bracket of cities with a population of less than 1 million. And a third issue that's very important to us is safety. The RTA hires a lot of off-duty police officers and other sheriff's department officers, constables, to provide public safety at our bus stops. It is a critical relationship with our public to know that they can be safe when they go to a transit facility, and we are seeking that there would be an enhanced criminal penalty for any criminal offense that occurs at a transit facility. We have support from other transit agencies. This is not just to protect bus operators or RTA employees. This is to protect anyone, basically, at a transit facility, and that it would just make people think twice before they do anything, before they hang out at those locations or do anything criminal. Next slide, please. We're also very much concerned about the environment. The RTA is competing for a grant to try electric buses in Corpus Christi. The federal government is big on that, and just in looking at the literature and what's going on in our country and the world, is there will be a tremendous migration to electric vehicles, and your transit authority wants to be in the leading role in that regard. And so we're working with the legislature on our eligibility for funding, both there and for clean air funding. Corpus Christi is unique. We are the only industrialized city in North America that complies with clean air standards. And that's unusual. That's remarkable. We are near non-attainment, they call us. And the RTA is working with the funding that we can bring from the federal government, but also funding available at the state, in order to make sure we maintain that attainment capacity with clean air. And we're doing everything that we can do to help that. Next slide. I'm happy to answer any questions. And Lynn Allison, our board secretary, has actually had to step in and chair our last two meetings because of travel engagements and other. And one thing I forgot to mention at the beginning is I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize our most distinguished former board member in the room today, the Honorable Judge Connie Scott, served on the RTA board from 2009 to 2010. We appreciate that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Any questions?
I remember that.
So I just want to make sure that anything that you're pushing for, that we have a chance to show our support as a court. So obviously we talk about for several months on end about coordinating all of our legislative priorities and in support of and opposition to. So I just want to make sure that even those new items that have come up that maybe we haven't had on our radar, that we can bring those up at some point just to show that Commissioner's Court supports those initiatives. So anything that we can do, we want to make sure that we're there to support the entire RTA and their agenda. I feel very strongly about the work they've done, and I know that I've spoken with Lynn and our other board members and the chairman himself about just the natural gas initiative that was done, that started several years ago. And I've talked also with Mike Rendon about that, and just to ask how is that going, because I remember that from years ago, and then it's kind of just out of mind, out of sight, wondering, are we still using was it CNG, right? Is that what it is? CNG? So I'm glad to hear that that is a part of your continued push. And obviously, every time, especially when summer comes around and the winds turn, we always are talking about how close are we getting to those EPA days of air attainment. So that's a big concern for me as well. So thank you, John, always for doing a great job and advocating for the RTA.
Well, we have a great legislative delegation, and the one thing they want us to do is to make sure we're in touch with the city and the county and make sure we're all on the same page about these initiatives. So there's nothing going on in Austin that basically we're not on singing out of the same book here locally. And the RTA is also interested in supporting whatever initiatives you have as well.
And we as board members have made several trips this session to Austin as well, and have another one scheduled.
Are you getting the mic?
Oh, I beg your pardon. We as board members have made a couple of trips to Austin, had interface in-person meetings with the delegation, working through these items and how to promote them. We are continuing that through session. So this is an aggressive agenda. for the RTA, the first in many, many years. And we're very proud collectively as a board to work on these goals.
Thank you. Great presentation. We appreciate it today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 6, because we're going to do the others at 2. Discuss and consider approval of a dune protection permit for large-scale construction of a single-family residence located at 101 Mariners Drive, Corpus Christi.
Judge, yeah, can you, I need to hold on, I don't want to table, I just need to hold on this for a little bit. I'm trying to get
Come back to it.
back up in the agenda, but I'm getting some conflicting signals on this one, so if we could hold on this one for just a little bit, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, come back to 3A6. Have a couple. Yes.
Why are we tabling 6?
We aren't tabling. He needs some more time. We're going to bring it back up. We have a couple of minutes. He's asking for some information.
I'm getting conflicting reports, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on, so.
It hasn't been tabled, though. No.
We're not, yeah, we're not tabling. I just need to figure out what's going on.
We will come back to it. Moving on to item 3A8, discuss and consider approval of change order number 9 from Mako Contracting to provide additional concrete repairs and the relocation of AC condensing units from the roof to an elevated platform underneath the building to pass windstorm inspection.
Judge, this is a, and Scott's out there somewhere. I think he's working on
Coastal
that, number
Parks.
6. But
Yes.
I believe this was a already budgeted change order, but I just need him to come and verify that, to tell me that that's
No
one
cost.
I believe I asked him on, and I went through with him. So I think he's in my office. If someone can grab him,
Yeah, I read
please.
him.
But I think this one is.
Yeah.
I think this one's good to go. But I just want to make sure I'm.
There's no cost associated.
Yeah, I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think we've already budgeted this. So, hang on one second. Yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay. This is on number 8. This was the change order from Mako. This one was the one that was already pre-budgeted.
Yeah,
right?
yes, sir, yes, sir.
And I just want to make sure I wasn't misrepresenting to the court.
Yes, sir, yes, sir. That, we're still working within the insurance proceeds that were allotted to this project, and we're watching it close.
Okay.
That's
all we needed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Moving on to 3A9, discuss and consider a resolution in support of not limiting vehicular access on Padre Island National Seashore.
Judge, this was, we're doing this resolution in conjunction with the city of Corpus Christi to make sure that we restate the strong position of Nueces County that we have strong support of the Sea Turtle Science and Recovery Program, and that we do not in any way, shape, or form support anything that the Padre Island National Seashore is doing to take any beaches any vehicles off the beaches. And it also has language in here about opposing Senate Bill 2550, which was provided to the court. It's a Mays Middleton bill. I believe that it's almost moot because I think he's heard loud and clear that this bill didn't come across the way it was supposed to, and it looked as though if it was limiting vehicles on the beaches, and I think he's redone it in another bill. So, but we still feel it's important to get our opposition on record on this, and this is, if you remember, Judge, you and I met with the city on this. And this was this is the mirror resolution that the city is also doing and will be submitting. And so I would move approval of this resolution.
A second.
And so I think there might be one or two for comment in person or maybe on Zoom. I know Cliff Schlabau is online. I'm not sure if he wants to comment. And then I'll follow up and ask you a couple of questions, Commissioner, once he's done.
Yes, Cliff Schlabau, 122 Whiteley Drive, Corpus Christi, Texas, current chair of the Nueces County Beach Management Advisory Committee. Very interested in this item. Yesterday at the City Council passed a very strong resolution in favor of keeping the beaches open to not only pedestrians, but to vehicles also. And also, they were very strong in their opposition to Senate Bill 2550, which if that bill passes would change the amount of space on our beaches where the public is allowed to access. And we feel that that's just wrong. And so very much in favor of the commissioners passing a resolution and, opposed to 2550, even though it may be rewritten at some point. We don't know yet what the rewrite is going to be, and the Surfrider Foundation, the local Surfrider Foundation, is monitoring this situation very closely. And so if we could have a resolution from the county in support of open beaches and in opposition to Senate Bill 2550 at this time, we feel like it would help us in our fight to defeat this bad beach bill. There are a number of other beach bills that we're also concerned about, but this seems to be the one that we're most concerned about at the moment. And I have also had correspondence with Representative Todd Hunter just this morning on this issue, and he is also in opposition to it and is working to help us also, hopefully in defeating this bill, keeping it from going to the floor for a vote. So I would appreciate anything the Commissioners Court can do to support us on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Matos, you said you had some questions.
So this, just to clarify, I know you mentioned it, but this is to oppose any beach closure and also in opposition to SB 2550. This
Yes,
is
sir.
exactly what the City Council took action on.
Correct.
yesterday.
This is we asked them to draft resolutions so it would mirror each other, and they sent this over, and all I did was put Nueces County instead of Corpus Christi in it. Same resolution, same strong resolution, and it's definitely, as Cliff said, very important to get the word in, no matter what we think the bill might have already morphed into. We want to still oppose it.
No, it sounds good to me. I've been contacted in different ways, and some people were, when it has not or does
Right,
not
I
have the
know.
word not, it kind of maybe throws people off. Well, are you all in opposition or in favor of closing the beach? Like, no, the way I read it is we're in opposition of any beach closure, and that's what it says. And so just to clarify it so anybody that's listening understands that that's what we're voting on today. So,
Yes,
thank,
sir.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Absolutely. It is also
have
very
a-
supportive of the Sea Turtle program as well, and we want to make sure that we send a strong message. Don't take any vehicles off our beaches.
We have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to item number 10, discuss and consider approval of contract amendment by Coastal Bend Council of Governments, Area Agency on Aging, AAA regarding the meals program.
So move.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. Is there any other discussion? There's no discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Moving on to item 11, discuss and consider the approval of certificate of substantial completion for the Amistad Veteran Memorial and West Haven Splash Pads project.
Well, this is my project that we just cut the ribbon on.
Yes,
I'm getting ready to
I
cut
was
the other
there.
ribbon, and so I'm going to move for approval for this project that's been completed.
I will second that. I was there and happy to do so. Any other discussion on this? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. Thank you very much, Commissioner. It's a great park, too. Item number 12, discuss and consider approving Inland Parks American Rescue Plan Act allocation and listing for each of the assigned precinct projects as presented by Edward. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
And is this let me just add, is this the allocation that we made to Inland Parks?
Yes, sir.
In
This
general,
totals-
and you're coming
this-
back and telling us, okay, go ahead, that's what I
So
thought. but-
essentially, we're looking at, you've got the different schematics. Each schematic is a park. So in Ortiz Park, we're looking at 1.5 million. And again, it's all going to be determined by how much we can get at this point in time through design. So if we can only get lights and a walkway, then that's
So
what
you're
we're going to do.
just designating an amount to each park and what the best deal you can get for each one with that
Correct,
amount.
with the input
Yes.
from the county commissioner.
Yes.
So if Commissioner, in this case, Midas gets a lot of pushback from, let's say, the Pony League or Little Miss Kickball or the Soccer League or all the things in his park, then we can adjust to meet those needs. So that's what we're looking at here.
I'd like to move that we go ahead and move and accept this, because we're accepting the amounts for each park right now, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I move.
And you're only using your allotted amount. It's not over
It's
the
a
budget.
total of
or
$6
anything.
million.
Total of $6 million. I'll second that motion then. All those, any other discussion about it?
Just for the record, I note that Parker Pool's not on there, and I'm okay. I'm going to vote to support this anyway. I think it's great what you're doing, but that's okay. I know, I'm just saying, it's, just don't forget Parker Pool. Go ahead.
Giving all this money from this side.
That's the only park I got that's inland.
We'll work on it, Commissioner.
I appreciate
We got
it.
something left over.
Excuse me, Edward.
Yes, sir.
So do you know what's going to be your balance, or is this the whole amount of $6
This is
million?
the whole amount of $6 million, and this excludes the next project we'll bring at the next court, which is the Oil Belt Little League, that complex up there. But essentially, we've got lighting systems, like for the Banquete Park. I know that you've been asked about those things. We have it in here. Hopefully, we can get it at a reduced price. If we can, then we add more things to it.
Okay. Thank you, Edward.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
what you do.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Item number 13, receive update on COVID-19 recovery expenses from the Grants Department and Emergency Management.
Good morning.
Excuse me,
Good
Anna,
morning,
first, did
Anna.
we give everybody a copy of this?
It should have been attached.
It's back here behind. Yeah,
Okay.
it's in the
All
support.
right, make sure
Yeah.
everybody got it. So make sure everybody got it, so. Thanks.
Okay, sorry.
So this is basically for the COVID-19 reimbursements that we received. So for the COVID-19 from FEMA, we were awarded $2,450,080.40. We were advanced $2,205,072.38. We received it back in March 31st, 2021. At this time, we have 10 requests for reimbursement submitted, and you'll have a list on those.
Let's say under review.
Well, they're all 10. Some have been completed and some are under review. As you can see, I put down when they were submitted and how long it takes. It's not an easy thing. It's not real quick. There is some delay and it skips over, so, it depends on what they want to review. They request for more additional information, more receipts, more backup, more contracts, and that's what we are submitting at this time. So what has been submitted through the 10 requests have been $1,399,773.81. And I put down obligated because since we did receive an advance, this goes towards that advance. That's $701,605.81.
If you're saying obligated, does that mean it's been approved then?
It is approved and goes towards the $2 million that was advanced to us.
Perfect.
And the rest is still pending under review.
Yes.
So we did submit this particular one, Project 145, is for vaccination only. If there was testing involved, it couldn't be submitted with this project. So we had to submit different kind of projects. So we submitted a project number 802, which was for the Spawn contract laboratory. We did receive that back, $300,000.
Before you go into the next one, I just want to make sure that Commissioner's Court know that 701, $171,605 was was taken out of the advance monies, right?
Correct.
Not out of the county. The county doesn't, it's not losing any money right now.
Correct.
Right? But if we don't use the balance of that, it goes back.
We have to pay it
It
back.
goes back. No, we don't have to pay it back. It's their money. So it goes back, so we don't lose no money.
Yes, exactly.
So that's, want to make sure that,
To return it.
yeah, they
Yes.
have to return it, which is okay. I guess we don't use it, but we should have used it. So anyway, I just want to make sure that Commissioner Court know that it's, we're not losing that from our general account. Is that right, Dale, too?
That's correct.
Okay, so, I'm sorry, Anna, go
So
ahead.
there's basically about 800,000 that we didn't use that we could have used during that.
Right.
Okay, Anna, so following what Commissioner said, so we have 700,000 approved against the 2 million, right? But I see expenses of 1.3 million. If we return the money for some reason, we're still gonna have to figure out what to do with the 1.39 million that is here?
Yes. Still pending.
It's still
under
pending.
review.
So
Yes.
potentially we can have an issue with if FEMA doesn't approve the 1.3 million against, that we're trying to claim against the
But
2
if he
million.
approves the 701,000,
Yes, they approved that one. That is against it. But we still have submitted 1.3 million
Right.
to try to qualify under the 2 million. If for some,
If they don't get approved, we would have a
then we go,
problem.
that's correct.
Because we can't deduct it from that 2 million.
That's
200.
correct. Yes, so I want to just
okay, so that was.
Make sure
That was not clear then.
Yeah.
So if we don't use it, it goes back.
But then we have,
But we have to pick
we
up
already
the-
spent 1.3 million.
We have to pick up, that's going to be our loss.
That's correct. So now we need to discuss what we can do to cover the 1.3 million. And it's sitting right now under the different funds. So we don't have it under the general fund right now.
When do we get a final review of whether they accepted or declined? Is there, there's,
I'm still dealing with Harvey,
Oh, wow.
getting approvals.
It's a long time.
Storm,
Okay.
so they'll, extend it until everything gets cleared up.
FEMA does not work very quickly for, when we had a storm back in, if y'all remember the storm of Ike, it took 12 years to finalize it.
Yes.
wow. Yeah. I've heard 20 years for some major storms, yes.
Yes. That's why I put some dates. It's not very quick. It's not as sequential as we send it. And so we have that laboratory. We also submitted an application. The third part there is an application. It's not a project. It's still being reviewed through FEMA. These are $2 million worth of expenses through COVID-19. Since they are not related to vaccination precisely, that's why they're separated. And they cannot be submitted with the first project.
But that's still pending.
That's still pending.
That's still pending, and they're still submitting reviews.
Possibility we can lose that one too.
There's a possibility we have 3,400,000 outstanding that we could be on the hook for if they don't approve.
And just to mention, on the first project, 145, the ineligible 122, that is submitted with the application of the 547. Because it was not vaccination directly, and so it got submitted with the application through COVID-19.
I'm sorry, say that again.
The RFR one, there's 122,000 that was ineligible. It was not
Yes.
vaccine related, so it was still COVID related. So we have submitted it with the application, the 547182.
Okay,
It's included in that 2 million.
so that's 100,000 off of there, so it's still, could be 3.3
Yes. And-
instead of 3.4.
And the listing underneath is just other COVID. We had several COVID related awards.
And these were all reimbursed.
Yes, we all received reimbursement through all of these.
300,000 is really close, right? We used 300,000 county expense, but we got reimbursed 300,000.
On the laboratory
Yes.
testing,
And
yes.
that was for the spawn lab.
Yes.
Okay.
And then the second sheet was just to give you an update of the winter storm Uri. We did get that 305,438.63 returned, the reimbursed. And our share is the 33,937, which is 10%.
I'm sorry if I'm being repetitive. I had to step out. I apologize. I'm not feeling great today. But tell me the total amount that has not been reimbursed for COVID.
Well, Commissioner, since you weren't here,
Yeah.
let me tell you.
I just need the total amount.
Yeah, go ahead, Anna. I guess you can start for number one. Right now, what's pending, really?
Project number 145, we submitted, this is vaccination-related expenses of $1,399,773.81. We did receive that advancement of $2,205,000. So far, they have obligated the $701,000 towards that $2 million. Since, like RFR number one, $122,000 was ineligible because it wasn't just vaccination, it was COVID-19. It was applied in, submitted with the application, 547182. That application is $2,092,000, which is also expenses towards COVID-19.
And I'm not trying to cut you up, I'm just looking for kind of a bottom line. What's the total amount that we have not yet been authorized to get back? In one way, shape, or form, whether it's the $2 million that we have, whether it's whatever, I just want to know what the total amount is.
About $2,800,000.
$2,800,000
Yeah.
that
Is pending, or we could be responsible for. What if you
$2.8 million is
deduct
pending, and then how much do we know of what we've submitted is not going to get reimbursed? Have we been rejected?
We don't know that.
Haven't been rejected of anything?
Correct. It's under review.
It's under review.
So we still have $2.8 million that came out of the general fund, or that came out of that $2 million?
Partial came from the $2 million.
Well, but right, either came from the $2 million or the general fund, because if
That's correct. So some came from the $2 million, by the $1.3 million, that's straight from the $2 million that we received in advance.
Okay.
The other $2 million, it's the application 547182, that is the county's money.
So do we have any idea of this 2.8 that's pending, when we'll find out, or when we'll know? Is this one of those deals we're going to have to wait for the rest of our lives to get back? Or?
Yes, sir. Just like Dale mentioned earlier, Hurricane Ike took 12 years to finalize. And I believe the $2 million was deposited into the 0104 disaster account.
That's correct. Okay, well, so we got $2.8 million of taxpayer dollars pending, of which we don't know if and when we'll ever get it back. When we were assured that it would be back soon and quick, and that hadn't happened. But I'll just reserve more of my comments for later, I guess, because this is terrible. I mean, in my opinion, we're sitting there hanging $2.8 million out, and who knows if we're going to get it back? Who knows if it was spent correctly? Who knows? So
A lot of it is, there's a lot of receipts and a lot of backup documentation that they review and request additional information, so that.
Hopefully we'll get it.
It was coded wrong, probably,
Let's hope that's it.
Okay. Any other questions?
The winter storm, so we're through with that. There's no more. What we did. It was awarded $16,968. So submitted that amount, and then we got obligated that amount. So that's close.
That's close.
Both of those. Yeah.
Okay. And the other one is FEMA. We had to pay $33,000. That's from the general fund, right? Matching
Yes, we already
funds.
did the allocation. We already brought that to court many months ago when this was brought in and received. So this has been closed.
So it's going to be part of the $2.8 million. So that came out of the county that we're losing right now. So it's going to be about $3 million something by the time we get through.
Close.
Close.
Yes, very much so. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
I want to thank Anna. Thank you very much. I know we put a lot of time on it. I really appreciate your time, yours and Lulu's and Jeff's. Really appreciate it. Jeff, Lulu, thank you for the help. So
very much.
I just want to make sure the commissioner scores knew exactly where we at. I know Commissioner Jesse, one's going to like it, but
I don't think anybody up here likes it.
the food. What happened to the food bill?
I don't know.
Did we clear the food bill that we were charging?
I think some of it is still in the $2 million being reviewed.
Okay, so
R&B and Spectrum.
okay, so I'll tell you, it's going to be close to $3 million or something. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on to item 14, discuss and consider approving payment of outstanding invoices from Haggerty Consulting for services related to disaster recovery management for the emergency rental assistance program. You're up again, Emma?
Yes. I'm recommending payment of these 3 invoices. These invoices were for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program managed by the Haggerty Consulting Agency. These were submitted, these invoices are for January, February, and March of 2022. They were submitted back then, but they were neglected to be processed in that timely manner. So I'm requesting that be paid in
From January, February, and March 2022, they were
Yes, ma'am.
submitted but weren't processed?
Correct.
That's another issue I have.
Yeah.
You know, Haggerty's another big animal here that, that, you know, just like land and things that we can need to put together. There's a lot of things that don't jive, won't mix. You know, again, a lot of invoices that are not clarified, other than what they're saying here. I'm not in favor of paying those things that happened almost over a year ago. Again,
Yes.
we've been talking about that all day long. But if it were submitted and Grants overlooked it, or somebody, or judge, the previous judge overlooked it or something, you know, now we're stuck with that, I guess.
Yes, sir. And I did attach the agendas that they were being held during that time, where it identifies the calls that were made, the clients that were seeing, the tenants. And during that time, I know it's a lot of processing that they had to do, case management. And the county did spend a good amount of money during that period, making those payments to the rental assistance and utility assistance.
So you're saying that we actually ignored it in our part, we just ignored it, put it aside, ignored it?
Pardon me?
It sat on someone's desk?
I believe so.
Well,
That's
again,
not,
Jeannie, I go back to Jeannie, because if it's work performed and work done and, you know, completely, we need to pay it, right? I mean, although it's a year old, but
We've received a benefit as the county, and
Yes.
my understanding was I don't know if it's on these specifically, but I know there was some back and forth on some of the Haggerty invoices, so I'm just making sure these are not the ones
no, they're not.
that were being discussed. Okay.
These are just the emergency emergency rental assistance
They're not
program.
very clear either, but they're not. Okay. So I don't know.
Do you have a motion to pay then?
I hate to do that. Well, I want to make a motion to pay those, but I'm not,
Those 3?
there's some other
Yes.
coming up that I'm not going to support, but.
All the ERAP invoices through Haggerty have been submitted and paid, like, with the exception of 3. I did verify, I can confirm that these 3 invoices were not paid, and they were based on the work authorizations. They still were not paid.
There's nothing after that?
No, there were, but they've already been paid.
They've already been paid on
But these
time,
were-
so these are,
We were not notified of these outstanding ones until February of this year. I was.
These are ones you verified that they're all legit and they're all within the funding mechanism that we previously had, and we still have funds in that mechanism.
Yes,
to
sir.
pay for these, yes.
Yes,
So-
sir.
And you verified that too, Ida? that
Yeah, and I
these are all
checked, and we
legit?
have funds under ERAP to pay for these invoices.
And these are
Commissioner.
all, you verified that they're all legit invoices as well?
From last year, yes, and I worked with Anna to make sure like everything is
Then I would
in
make a
place.
motion to pass these.
Second.
We have a
And-
motion and a second to pass these.
I have just one question, Commissioner. Just want to make sure, did we get everything from Haggerty with the documents that they had to transfer
No,
to?
that's coming up next.
That's coming
to
up.
that?
That's in
With-
January,
That's
February.
ERAP, okay, because that's ERAP
Yeah,
related.
but that's going to be,
Okay.
That's nothing.
that's going to be the next one, Lulu.
Well, this is ERAP too, though. This is ERAP.
No, this is ERAP.
That's why I'm asking,
That's what
because,
she's asking.
yeah, I'm asking about ERAP. If Haggerty transferred the info to the county, or they're still working on it?
They are still working on it. I have included the IT department with my emails with Haggerty as far as the data being transferred over, how it's securely being transferred, because it is their software. All this information is through their
So how do you know they're
software.
complete then, if they're still transferring information?
The payments, all that information has been done. It's just getting the information to Nueces County's property.
So January, February, and March haven't been done, of 22.
But everything else has.
The work was done.
So these invoices, do they represent work done that we've received information that we need on? These invoices that we're correct?
Well, we received the information, we do have documentation. It's just keeping that documentation in their data, in our data, transferring the computer information over.
So you've got it in writing, you just don't have it on computer? Is that what
We-
you're saying?
What we print out as far as for payment processing, we have the tenant information, the vendor information, all that information is in there. But as far as demographics and things like that, that is essential for reporting to Treasury, it's in their software. I still have access to it, but it's just keeping that information for the next 5 years.
And why is that such a problem to get?
I wish IT was here. Because
I mean, is Haggerty not giving it to us?
it's their software, so I have met with the Haggerty team and Bridget and David Gillespie to see what the best way to get that communication
Jeff,
over.
can you come up, Jeff?
But are they
Can you come up? Hold on.
are they not agreeing to pay it? I mean, to pay it, to provide it? They,
Pardon me?
are they agreeing to provide it and we just haven't
They
gotten
are
it?
agreeing to provide it, but they say that it's, we have asked for external data, external storage.
But then I
and
say
they're
we
saying,
approve these contingent upon getting that data.
Yeah.
That's all I was going to add to it. It's just, we approve these payments, and we can literally, when they give us the data, you give them the check. And that maybe will motivate them a little more to do what they need to do to get us the data.
okay.
Is that
I agree, yes.
unfair? No, I mean, tell me.
No, I agree. I just didn't want to do that 30-day prompt act pay
We don't have
because.
to pay
Already
for
been
something we
way
don't
past
have.
30 days.
Yeah.
We don't have it, and then we don't have to pay for it. I mean, that's also the law. You know, you got to provide, if they're supposed to provide something.
We have to have the invoices and the
Right,
support.
so we're going to pay, just tell them to get with IT and get them motivated, and as soon as they get it, have a check ready, Dale, and hand them a check.
Hey,
Yes,
Jeff,
So whatever we did.
I'd like to Jeff,
Wire
to
it,
a few
I don't
words, Commissioner. Jeff, I know you've been working with trying to get this information. Is this also the 22 information plus the 23 information?
The information that we requested from Haggerty, the letter that I personally wrote to them, that our office did, was all-encompassing. It encompassed everything that they did on our behalf. We wanted the backup information on that. So that's what we asked for.
Have you
If
got
that
it?
answers your question. We don't have it all. It's been trickling slowly.
Well, we're going to write the check very slow then, too. You know, so the commissioner said they give us information, we pay, or we don't pay either, so. And I know you've been trying to do this for what, 5, 6 months now?
For a while, yes, sir.
So they shouldn't have to, there's no reason for them not to give you the information if they have it, right?
Yes, sir.
As far as I'm concerned. But I agree with Commissioner Chesney, we just make a motion to approve
Contingent
it, but
upon.
don't pay it until we receive,
Can we
what.
just amend my motion that way, and
Yeah.
that's okay? You got it?
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
thank you.
Thank you. The motion passes.
I know. Come on, you come back. I'm sorry.
Back again?
Okay,
Yes, sir.
I know, oh no, I'm sorry, it's Lulu. And I keep getting you guys confused, man. Okay, I'm sorry, but no, this is not yours. This
Not
is
me?
Lulu.
Okay.
ARPA is Lulu. Okay, my lord, I'm sorry.
What are you on? Which one are you on?
I'm sorry, I thought they were together.
No. We're on item number 15.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Lulu. We'll get to you in a second.
I'm sorry.
Discuss and consider having all non-elected county department heads be direct reports to the Commissioners Court as it was in the past, with the county judge being the first line of contact supervisor in any related matter. Just going back to the way it was years ago and with former county judges.
Well, before the former.
Yeah, former and former before that. Always has been this way in the past, so.
Motion to pass, or motion to,
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
aye.
Any opposed, same sign?
Judge,
Aye. Yes, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, can we go back to 6, if that's okay? I think we're ready on that one.
You're ready on 3A6?
Yes. Scott's here to do that one, Judge.
Discuss and consider approval of a dune protection permit for large-scale construction of a single-family residence located at 101 Mariners Drive.
Yes, Judge, Commissioners, this is ready for approval. It's administratively correct. Bobby Jones, who is the applicant preparer, is here to speak on behalf of if you have any questions. There was some confusion on the BMAC side of things. I don't know if Megan had gotten them some updated information where the house had been moved back outside the 350. The application, this application reflects that with the maps in there that clearly show that. Because there are some requirements that were mandated by inside 350 and 200 for permeable surfaces that we can't get around. Outside of 350, it's only a recommendation, and an applicant does not have to take the recommendation. So I request you guys approve and let these guys get going.
I'd move approval. I just have a question for Scott.
Yes, sir.
Second.
Have a motion and a second.
And just to clarify, I did get a text from the BMAC chair, but you've talked with the BMAC chair, and y'all are on the same page, and he is now okay with this. I haven't heard back from him whether he's okay
on.
with. Well, he was on. I don't know if he's still on, but I just want to make sure that he acknowledged that he's okay, because I did want him to make sure that I took heed of what he asked me to take heed of, and y'all have gotten it figured out.
Yes,
so
sir.
There was just confusion.
Yes,
on
sir.
that,
He
right?
explained to me that, he wanted your support on holding the line for those non-permeable surfaces inside 350.
This is outside the 350.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, then I'm taking your representation that you've talked to the BMAC chair, Mr. Schlabach, and he's good to go. So call the question whenever you're ready, Judge.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Same sign.
Judge, you said you had some questions?
No.
Oh, okay.
He said call the question. He was like,
Okay.
Thank you.
y'all.
The motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
You good, Bobby?
Sorry about the delay, sir. Just want to make sure I had it clear there.
Y'all are good.
Thank you.
Moving to item 16, and I just want to let you all know, the next, I guess after this, we will probably break for executive and a short lunch for the staff and stuff. So just an FYI for everybody here. I think we have time for one, maybe more. And Dr. Fagan is here. We told him we would pull him up. Let's go to Human Resources, right?
That's correct.
F1. F1. Discuss and consider approval of medical examiner's office recommendation, elimination of a vacant positions and personnel changes, and utilization of the subsequent salary savings to reclassify some current staff positions.
Judge, if I could just jump
Yes.
in here and ask some questions, because I've been kind of working on this with Dr.
Yes,
Fagan,
thank you.
as well as
Please.
Commissioner Gonzalez. Dale, the conversations that we'd had was that the court was trying to start actually following the law and the procedures that we didn't follow the last 4 years, and only make changes during the budget year that were a zero-cost situation. The law clearly states that if you make amendments during the year that increases the general fund budget, that's not legal. And so we have been working to try very hard to do that, and I appreciate the court doing that, and we've taken a pretty consistent position with everybody on that. And Dr. Fagan and Forrest met with Commissioner Gonzalez, and we discussed all that, and he was very kind to come up with this, but I just want to make sure, Dale, that meets this. My understanding is that there will be some salary reclassifications, but they will be permanent savings. Therefore, there was a zero cost to the budget, and that meets this, the law that we've been going by, as well as the procedure that the court's been recently following. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner, that is correct. As you stated, the law states that we cannot increase the budget from 1 year. For example, the general fund is $110 million. You cannot go above that unless there's a dire emergency situation that requires that. And none of these issues are emergency situations. So with the savings he has and other changes, this does not have a impact of the budget above that amount, so that it does comply with the law.
And again, I just want to state I appreciate Dr. Fagan and Mr. Mitchell working with the court and understanding that it wasn't a personal thing. It was just we're trying to go back to following the law that we didn't for a while, and it's great to be able to do that. So if you want to, I guess, Judge, I don't know how you want, I just wanted to jump in there and throw that in, and whatever you want to do, Judge, with it. So
if you want to talk a little bit about it, otherwise,
mean,
I'll make the motion. and
Second.
We have a motion and a second, so if you want to tell us a little bit about it.
Okay, just some brief remarks. So good afternoon, Judge Scott and the county commissioners. As you're aware, I'm the Chief Medical Examiner, Dr. Fagan, and I have Forrest Mitchell, my Director of Operations, here with me as well. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the judge and the commissioners for their support of the Medical Examiner's Office and for working with us on this. The events of this past year were unprecedented, and we would not have been able to make the progress we have without your support. We have been working with the purchasing department to place orders of the equipment needed to prepare this office for reaccreditation. Now, with the approval of the case management software and the final disposition of one of our 2 civil service employment matters, this office can move forward with our plans to reorganize and recognize the great staff we have. This plan has no additional costs and can potentially reduce the long-term financial costs of the county by reducing the total number of positions at this office. The plan that we're presenting today includes the elimination of 1 full-time position, the ME coordinator, whose duties will be absorbed by the other administrative team members. It also includes the elimination of 1 of the part-time investigator positions, which have been vacant since last year. This plan also includes the voluntary downgrade of 1 position of 2 pay grades so that the salaries of the other staff may be increased. And then finally, it reclassifies 1 position to serve as an open records coordinator for the Medical Examiner's Office to answer the many inquiries we receive for records. I've included a copy of the organizational chart, the draft revised job descriptions, a copy of the cost to reclassify these positions prepared for this presentation, and we've done so with the assistance of the Human Resources Department and the Auditor's Office. And with that, we're open to any questions that you have.
Court manager, I think, has a question. What is it?
No, I just want to make sure that, he started talking about everything, combining the software that we're going to talk. This is going to be the next agenda item as well.
Yes, we're going to move to that one next. So I couldn't hear you out of the microphone in the beginning. She was trying to get my attention. So yes.
My apologies.
Well, if you worked it out by eliminating certain positions and, it's within your department and not us going,
Increasing the budget at all.
providing more funds, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, and that's what we talked about, Doctor, really appreciate you and Forrest coming out with a solution, that really works for everybody. So thank you very much. And I don't have a problem with that one.
We have a motion and a second. Do you want to talk
I
some more?
just want to make one more comment. If we could send out some sort of reminder to all department heads and electeds that we're doing it the way we're supposed to be doing it again, so that no one feels like we're trying to do anything to anybody. This is what we're trying to be consistent, because that we just want to make sure that nobody thinks we're trying to say no to somebody. So during a budget cycle, so that we're consistent across the board, if you'll just send out some reminder, maybe get with the judge and word it or something.
Okay, I work with it.
We'll do
That'd
it.
be great.
We'll send it out. Yes. So we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Did you have discussion? No. Everyone said aye, so the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. But don't leave. We're going to pull up your next one, or Michael, since you're here. Item D4, discuss and consider conditional selection of Quincy Technology Solutions for RFQ number 3222422.
Yes, this is for the case management software for the medical examiner. We received 3 proposals. The proposal opening was conducted on March 16th. We had an evaluation committee meet and review the proposals, and the committee recommends conditional selection of Quincy Technology Solutions for RFQ number 3224-22 case management software for the medical examiner. We're asking for the court's approval.
Did you have?
And I have a scoring sheet if you'd like to take a look at it.
If you don't mind.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. And is this just different than the first? Same? Okay. And again, this is already, this software has been funded. We've already got funding for this, so I would make a motion to select Quincy Technology Solutions, Inc.
Second.
For the case management services for medical examiner.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you very much. And thank you for taking time out of your day, Dr. Fagan, to come over.
Thank you, Doc.
I think we have time for maybe one more before we go to executive and lunch. Item 3A16, discuss and consider installing automated external defibrillator AED devices in all county courtrooms and allowing emergency management coordinator and our risk management to assess the need and number of courtrooms and total cost. I think that was yours, Commissioner
Right.
Gonzalez. Yes.
I kind of wanted the risk management to go out and give us a ballpark figure of what would it cost to have one in every court, but, or have two at each floor, instead of having every court, have two, because you might need one and somebody else might need another one. I think we need to be prepared anyway, like central jury room, so we have a lot of people there, elderly people. Sometimes you might need one. I know we need one here. So,
Great idea.
I just thought maybe have a
Motion to discuss and consider installing and
I know.
allowing whoever to assess their need of courtrooms and the total cost and bring it back, because I think we all witnessed how much we needed that the other day.
We did find out after that, let me just add, the risk manager, Timothy, we did find out after our incident here that there were 3 floors that did not have them on, and we have already ordered those. Those are in, and I think they're already up on the floors, I believe. Are they installed yet?
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Judge. They are being installed right as we speak at this moment, so we're following up with that. So if there are any questions, Commissioner?
Yeah, so what do we have, one on each floor?
Yes, sir. There's one on each floor of the courthouse, all 10 floors, all the way up to the 13th court. So there are 10 within the Nueces County Courthouse.
Do we have one in the central jury room?
There is not one in the central jury room. There's one immediately outside on the wall, outside of the central jury room.
How about the JPs in the outside
Yes,
area?
there are. I double-checked all that. There are seven JPs out there. In their location, they all have AEDs. We have a total of, double-check my numbers real quick, Commissioner. Excuse me. Thought I was going to go after executive session. So
Sorry.
we have a total of 59 devices throughout Nueces County. So there are, in the JP offices, there's a AED within 1 minute of every office, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 7, the cardiac chain of care. So if we can get an AED to a citizen or a county employee who happens to be in cardiac arrest within the first minute, that's a 90% survivability rate. And each minute goes down, that's 10%. So
I'd just like for it to check to see how much it costs to put 2 in each floor for the courtrooms upstairs.
yes, sir. I've already got that cost estimated as well. So that would wind up being a total of, one second, I have it right here. There are 22 courts in Nueces County. That's $42,240 just for the devices and the boxes for them. $42,000.
Are we
That
supposed
would get one in every court?
In every courtroom, yes, sir.
I'm happy to. Yeah, I think.
What about every office? You said we have 59 total?
We have 59 devices. We have them in the jail. We have them in the facilities where the offices are. Like, say, for example, we have them outside all the courtrooms. We have them at juvenile. We have them at the Hilltop Community Centers. We have them at the Robstown Senior Centers. We have them at Parker Pool. We have them at the fairgrounds. So, Commissioner, they are dispersed.
So my concern would be, I think the courthouse is pretty covered, and we can always go more. I want to make sure every office, though, where we have staff, where we have personnel, has an AED device. I would want to see that first before we kind of start doubling. Do we have that at every single one? Yeah.
You know what, Commissioner? I will double check that. However, I know every building that we have employees in, I know there's a device.
Into your analysis, your study that you're going to do when you come back, it's just, I mean, I'm thinking all the yards, 83 yards.
Yes, sir. They're already there. There's Agua Dulce. There's Bishop. All of them have that. I know. I have a master list of where every one of these AEDs. I'll be happy to provide it to you.
Excuse me, Timothy?
Yes.
Are we supposed to, do we have people qualified to utilize those?
We're working that process right now. There are some of us who've had CPR training in the past and have AED training, but we are currently working to rectify that situation as we speak.
But will you also make sure there's people on each floor?
Yet that is also our objective in our training process, to ensure that that occurs as well.
Very good. Thank you.
So just give us a report back maybe by the first week of May. Give us know what we have, give us a list and what we need,
Yes, sir.
you know, and, I just want to make sure everybody's covered, especially the outlying areas.
Understood.
I'm not make sure, we might have mentioned that too, but I think we need to really make sure everybody's covered.
Very well.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
So it's a motion to bring it back
So a
in May?
motion to bring it back, motion to bring back the report the first week of May,
For
the first meeting in May.
Okay,
First
second.
meeting, report in the maps.
With the recommendation.
For the recommendation, the
Very
Yeah,
motion.
with a recommendation, what
Okay.
do you think?
Yes, sir.
Okay?
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, same sign. We are going to
Judge, we
go.
could, if you want to do 17, as long as that meets the need, I'm all in on that one too, so. I don't know, that could be quick, but that's,
It meets the need, that's where's that, Teresa?
Yes.
you need to go? Okay.
Yeah, no, Teresa, it's a 1115 waiver, I mean, that's the money is there.
Okay, all right, never mind, sorry, my bad.
Okay.
I mean, it's easy. It's there.
Rob, good? Yeah. You want to do
Well, I make a motion.
it? Ask, see if she's okay doing it.
I'm fine.
Okay.
Yeah. What do you
Go
want to
ahead.
do, 17?
Yeah.
Discuss and consider using 1115 waiver funds in the amount of $50,000 with regard to the IRT readiness training medical cost in order to have available funds going forward. I think we're all very familiar with this training process and the benefit it is to our county and our community.
I'm so moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Obviously, I would just say subject to it being qualified and legitimized by the county attorney.
Yes.
We received word on many occasions that 1115 waiver is appropriate for this purpose.
Perfect. So legitimized.
Okay, so we are going to go into executive session and break for lunch. I am also going to pull, I know there's much discussion, but pull item 3A4 because one of the commissioners has a question for our attorney before we bring it back out into open session. If I can find it, get back to it. Executive session, public notice is given that Commissioners Court may elect to go into executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda when authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. To the extent there has been past practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation and those for executive session, the public is advised that the court is departing from that practice and reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda items in executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event the Commissioners Court elects to go into executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of the Open Meetings Act authorizing the executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer. In accordance with the authority of the Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087, the Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with attorneys, including matters relating to litigation, deliberate regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory body, security devices, and/or economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in an executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in an open session, take such action as appropriate on items discussed in executive session. Item A, consult with the county attorney regarding legal issues and hiring of outside counsel, Ricardo Navarro with Denton Navarro, Rocha, Bernal, Hyde, and Zach, PC, attorneys at law regarding issues related to Padre Valle Park, provide status update, discuss legal issues and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item B, consult with county attorney in regards to support of a resolution relating to the governance of the Port of Corpus Christi and all related matters. I don't have the government code on that.
That can be Judge 551071 or 072, we believe.
551.071 or 072. And then item C, consult with the county attorney regarding legal issues and hiring of outside counsel to represent Nueces County in case number 2022 CV 61337-4, Maria Krostoff, and Nueces County, Texas, and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. And item D, consult with the county attorney relating legal issues of hiring outside counsel to represent Nueces County in case number 221 EV 00235, Margaret Mary Smith versus Nueces County, Texas, in the Southern District of Texas, Corpus Christi Division and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item E, consult with the county attorney regarding cease and desist letter relating to Padre Valle Park, provide status update, discuss legal issues and related matter, Texas Government Code 551.071. And then, as per one of the commissioners having a question with our attorney, from 3A4, discuss and consider paying attorney's fees relating to the district attorney removal proceedings.
And Judge, just for the record, I would like to reiterate that that is not from your county attorney's office. That is a separate attorney that has their own relationship with the Commissioner's Court.
Our attorney will be here at 1:30, we're told, and this was brought in by a commissioner who requested to ask a question before we go into open session. So, and that would be under what government? Can you tell me the government code? What I would put it? It would still be 551.0.
Because you're communicating with your counsel, so
071.
071.
Yes. So it is, oh, I'm sorry, I was supposed to do this before, 12:38, sorry. And
Judge, I'm gonna
It's 3:03, and we're coming back from executive session. I believe I have another item that I was going to pull up, but he doesn't look like he's in the room yet, so we'll go ahead and finish with the action items from executive session. Sorry. For item 5B, executive session, discuss and consider support of a resolution relating to the governance of the Port of Corpus Christi and related matters.
Hello, Judge.
Sorry.
Discussion of that, I think that I like to remove the sunset.
Oh, can you talk in the microphone?
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Okay, in that, I would like to go ahead and move for the motion to support the resolution with the condition that we remove sunset item or table it, one of the two. I think probably remove it would be better. And just go with the other 4 items on there.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to move forward with the resolution with everything excluding the sunset item on the resolution. Is there any other discussion?
Just real quick, Judge, I will be voting for this for the greater good. I do think there's nothing to be afraid of sunset. I understand why people are concerned about it. It's truly just a review, and it's a very good set of eyes, and I get the realities are we need to get what we can get done, and I appreciate Commissioner Gonzalez working on this in good faith and everybody else doing the same thing. This has been a very tough issue. I do still support the concept of sunset. I hope we'll revise it one day, and it's not at all punitive. It's just a good way to review things. But at the same time, I also understand the realities of the day, and I do support the other good things that are on there, and we'll be supporting Commissioner Gonzalez's motion.
Okay, we have a motion. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Did you want to discuss too? I'm sorry. I didn't see.
And I agree. I think sunset is very valuable. I know sometimes issues pop up that are immediate, that maybe aren't on our radar, and then become on our radar and should be addressed. And so I don't want to pass it off as this should have been brought up earlier. But this is something I know than the examples we were given that have been done for other port authorities, and so I wouldn't have a problem supporting that for the future. I definitely think that that's something worth having a discussion on, that each political body that appoints to the Port of Corpus Christi have that chance to discuss, and maybe even in a joint meeting sometime in the future. I think it's worth preparing for. I do not have a problem with the resolution in supporting an additional port commissioner by San Patricio County. I think that it shows good faith. I hope that San Patricio County does take this in good faith. The one part that I do have a problem with is establishing the rotating chairmanship. They're a quasi-political entity. They operate by statute and rules and the laws of the state, but they do get their money from the customers that they have coming into the port. But with any entity that I've been a part of, very rare cases have you seen a chairmanship rotating amongst members. If you talk to anyone on the Port of Corpus Christi, you know that the chairmanship is something that is worked up over the years, that they prepare themselves by maybe the vice chair being prepared for the next opening once the president or chairman rotates off. On a rotating basis, I have a little problem with how that's worded, but that's something that they can work on internally. But that would be my only concern on any of this. But I do support the other items. I don't know that there are anything that is a concern, as long as all commissioners are being held to the same standard. Right, that Nueces County is not saying that we want to operate by these standards and then say City of Corpus Christi or the San Patricio Commissioners Court operates under something different. So as long as it's understood that this is not something that we are unilaterally supporting or will take on our own, that this is something we support for the greater good that's been brought up, then I'm fine with supporting that. Can you address that, Commissioner Chesney?
Which part specifically, Commissioner?
Just in general, that this is just a resolution in support of these general issues, and it's not
Right.
something that we're going to be using to hold ourselves and handcuff ourselves to one standard compared to the other entities that appoint to the Port Commission. It's going to be all or nothing on this.
Right.
Okay.
Right. I mean, obviously, the law won't change unless all entities are on board. San Patricio County has passed this resolution in full, including the sunset. I did relay to them the possibility of where, sunset might be heading over here, not knowing what everybody felt, but kind of, reading the tea leaves, I guess. And they certainly were very appreciative, of the fact that we're doing the rest of this. Talked to the mayor of Portland the other day. I don't know. I'm hoping the city will put these now back on the agenda to vote, because I think the sunset was the real controversial one. Again, I think it got blown out of proportion controversial, because it really isn't, but it is what it is. So I'm hoping that the city now will put these other 4 or 5 back on and vote them, because the folks I've talked to at the port don't have any real objection to any of these. So obviously the law is not going to pass unless all the entities are on board. So we'll wait for the city now to see what they do.
And these resolutions, these were suggested by the port itself? Was this how we came across
No. These were just things that collectively we met with representatives from San Patricio County and the city of Corpus Christi, and just kind of visited with people and said, okay, let's come up with some things that we think our bodies might be willing to consider favorably, and then take them back to our bodies and let them make a decision on. And that's where these came from.
Because most of them, like I said, 3 to 2 years, that varies on the appointment. There's different bodies that we may appoint to shorter terms or longer terms. So I don't have necessarily an issue with that. You look at city council, they appoint differently on different bodies that they appoint to. So that's not a big issue to me. I've always been a supporter if you have one commissioner or one member of the body being able to bring up an item for the agenda. I think that that's worthy, because it's difficult. You may be an advocate on one issue and at least want to get it to the table. So I support that. The last one, though, is one that I have a little bit of heartburn with, other than the first item, which was the sunset. And if you can just help me with this one, Commissioner. What is the standard right now with the acquired property not being placed into public service within 3 years? Is there a number for that, or is that?
That was just a suggestion that the port's been buying a lot of property, as we all know. And then the concern, especially, and a lot of this came from San Pat County, the concern there is they're buying a lot of property over there, and then it's just sitting there. They haven't put it into use. And so nothing's getting put back on the tax rolls. And so they're basically just trying to, incentivize the port to say, hey, look, we get that you have every right to go out and buy property if you see fit. But hey, don't just buy up all this valuable property and let it sit there, and all our taxing entities don't get anything back, right? If you lease it to a company, if they make it a port building, then it doesn't get taxed. But if they lease it to someone, then we get some property tax value out of it. If they don't do anything with it and just let it sit because they say, I need to hold this property for 10, 15 years because we know it's valuable property, then boy, we're getting a lot of stuff off the tax rolls. So this really came from San Pat, and honestly, I think it's a pretty solid idea. Because we all are looking for where we can have tax revenue come from, and other than raising taxes, right? So this was one of the areas that they came up with to offset that. So,
we may have a similar issue in Nueces County. I can guarantee you, I haven't been on the school board. At least, some of the larger school districts, when they have vacant properties or vacant schools, they just hold on to them, and it may be more advantageous to try to get it back on the tax rolls. And I know there's some long-term planning there, so that's my only concern, is what would be the long-term planning. And I get maybe 10, 15 years is a little ambitious. Maybe it's just wishful thinking, or hoping that on their part that they'll have someone that will come along and buy property along some sort of special corridor that the port has. That would be the only one that I would like to see taken off, just because of that reason, that I want to give them flexibility and allow them to weigh in on this. And personally, I'm surprised I hadn't heard really from any of our appointees, at least, on this matter, and this is, obviously, it's a public agenda, and so I would have thought somebody from the port staff, or at least our appointees, would have shared their thoughts either one way or against, or just maybe neutral on some of these items. So that's why I don't necessarily have a problem moving forward on these, well, like I said, with the exception of the sunset. But that's my concern on that. It's just I see the ability to buy property and plan maybe within 5 years, because we know some of these projects can take multiple years to really build up. But I get it too. I mean, how much property is needed before it's just bankrolling property and it's not being recycled or reused out in the community. But
yeah, I think the devil's in the details. There's either going to be a lot of work, or this is going to die in committee, and it's going to be moot. I think these are all good conversations to start having, and you know, like I said, all of these things, none of them in any way, shape, or form are punitive. That's why if you read the resolution, the body of the resolution is very complimentary of the port. The port's very important. At the same time, we've all had conversations with constituents that indicate we need all governmental entities to have more transparencies, that them included, and I think they recognized that. And you know, the only conversation that I had that was of concern, again, I'm still willing to do sunset today, but the majority isn't, and I'm not fighting that. I'm just, I'm not getting this. I'm not getting exactly what I want out of this, and that's part of the democratic process, right?
And in that spirit, I mean, I'm good with keeping 6 on there. I mean, because you've already showed willingness to cooperate and look at getting at least 5 of those items out and moving forward on this resolution. So I will support passage of 2 through 6.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mr. Shansky, I have a question. How long will it be, or can sunset be brought back at any time for consideration?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of emphasis on that, Commissioner. I know the governor supports this, and I think that's important. I think I think if it's talked about in the vein that it really is, which is review only, I think the potential exists for that to resurface, because it's really not a bad concept, and maybe people just need to get used to it. And it's really I think it's once every 10 years, you do it. So it's not like it happens all the time. It happens in Houston, and so I think I get it. People are a little worried about it right now. I respect that. Would I rather do it now? Sure, but at the same time, I'd rather just get some positive things done for this port, and I think those other 5 things are really, really positive, and that is what it is. But yeah, I think we can bring it back again. I think we should bring it back again. I plan on bringing it back again, and hopefully having some more discussion, and before the legislative session, and everybody gets comfortable with it.
I think we should too, and I as well think that we shouldn't be, or the port shouldn't be letting land just sit there, just taking it off the tax roll to where it's going to limit the counties with their taxing revenue. So we need to do something with that, and I think maybe sunset might be the way to go. Thank you.
In the future. So we have a motion and a second to approve all in the resolution from 2 through 6, excluding sunset. Is there any other discussion?
Excluding sunset.
Excluding sunset. I'm sorry, did I say including? I said excluding. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Everything except for item number 1, sunset. So I see that our district attorney has come in, so we are going to bring up I told him I'd bring it up when he came in. So going back to the regular agenda, item 4 and 5 are basically the same. 5 we're going to exclude, but item number 4, discuss and consider paying attorney's fees related to district attorney removal proceedings. And I think you wanted to address us.
Good afternoon, commissioners and judge. My attorney is actually on Zoom, and so I would like maybe you guys to hear from him, so that way he can go ahead and let you. Obviously, there is Chris Gale, and I'll turn over to them, and then you can ask him questions or me questions. So that way you can be fully informed.
Okay. Mr. Gale, do you want to address us, please?
Judge, real quick, can I just, I want to apologize for not being there in person. I'm really not feeling good, so I don't want to get anybody sick. So I'm still here, but I just didn't want anybody to think I'm not there. I am, but I just am feeling terrible and don't want to not get in there and make people sick.
I'm sorry. I gave them your message before we went online, I guess, so
Okay.
you didn't see me
That's
do it.
fine.
Yes,
Ma'am,
Mr. Hale.
Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes.
First of all, my best wishes to Commissioner Chesney. I hope he feels better. Now to the point at hand. You know, under the local government code, there is a provision under 157.901 that requires that the county provide representation for county officials when they're sued for something arising out of the performance of their duties. Now, that is a provision that's in place to protect everybody. This is a suit that was brought by one individual citizen. Keep in mind, it's not some kind of criminal complaint. It's not some kind of judicial complaint. It's not some kind of ethical complaint. It's nothing that's quasi-criminal in nature or anything of that nature. It is a lawsuit brought by a citizen, which could be brought against any of you. Tomorrow, there may be a petition to remove the county attorney because she's spending too much money on outside services for attorneys for jobs that she should probably do herself. We don't know. But if those things happen, of course there's going to be representation by these commissioners. And there should be. You've received, I believe, at least if it mirrors Ashley's request for an AG opinion, some AG opinions which surmise and opine that district attorneys are not officials within the county policy for 157. And that's absolutely not true. If you actually look at the opinions that are cited to, just because something's cited to as saying something doesn't make it so. I actually did sort of an analysis of every single one of them. And not a single one of them that's the originating opinion in regards to that is actually state that opinion. In fact, it all stems from a case involving road districts, not district attorneys. I can tell you this much. The Attorney General's opinions, even though they don't have any basis in fact and they haven't done any analysis, they're not something that relies upon by the court. I have done a thorough search and I have found not a single case in the state of Texas that has found that a district attorney would not be an official for the purposes of 157.901. Accordingly, this is not an option but a mandatory right for Mr. Gonzalez to be paid and have his legal fees paid just as any of you would in regards to this case. And so I anticipate, although he's informally requested you pay for his attorney's fees, and then he's formally requested that, I'm going to, in writing, inform you that I'm demanding that you do it, and if you don't do it, then I'm going to file a writ of mandamus in regards to this issue, and we're going to take it as far as we need to, even if it goes to the Supreme Court, to make a determination that public officials, much like yourselves, are protected when people get a hair up their butt and decide to file a petition against you. And that's what it's there for. I just don't see how you're getting around that. But even if you don't, if you look at the opinion that I'm assuming you received, there's going to be one particular opinion that was left out of that, and it goes through an analysis of this and talks about it. 157 is pretty much putting in paper that it's mandatory that you provide the representation, but it doesn't take away the common law procedure of providing that representation anyway. Now, that's discretionary. I don't think you have to get that far because I think you're obligated to do it. And here's another thing. You pay for the county attorney's salary. You make determinations on whether it's changed. You know because you paid for representation in regards to Mr. Gonzalez and or other district attorneys in regards to 1983 suits involving civil rights law violations. And in every single 1983 case, including particular ones with the Fifth Circuit and the United States Supreme Court, they have determined that the county attorney acts on behalf of the county. The county attorney is a county officer or official, period. You can song and dance all you want around that, but if you're relying upon an opinion that relies upon these attorney general opinions, then you're relying upon an opinion that if written by somebody that worked for me would be fired. So I am trying to look out for everybody, and I stand up for the right of Mark Gonzalez to have representation in regards to this case and to have good representation because this is an important issue. He's a twice elected official who had a lawsuit that was brought against him mainly for political reasons involving things that are no longer part of this petition. Although the request for an attorney general opinion was requesting things and talking about official misconduct that would require some sort of intent element to them, keep in mind that the pleadings that exist in regards to this case against Mr. Gonzalez have been completely revamped and contain zero implications of official misconduct, period. So whatever the Attorney General is being requested to make an opinion on is flawed to begin with, and everything else involved with the process is as well. So I'm trying to implore upon you to do what I think you're obligated to do, and or do what you should do, which is right. This is something that came about from his performance of his official duties, and basically what it comes down to is a dislike of how he does that. Much like there might be a dislike of anybody else that sits on this commission or assists this commission or anything of that nature. And so we're demanding that you pay it and or requesting it, but either way, we're going to make sure that we get this done, and we look forward to hearing from your decision. I will put something informal in writing by tomorrow morning, and I'm assuming I'll give some sort of timeline on it, and then we'll take action if necessary from then on out. I just don't want you to be caught off guard, and I don't want you to think that this is some sort of issue that is just slam dunk, easy to make a determination on, because I've looked at these Attorney General opinions. They aren't worth spit. But even then, they're just advisory, and I can't imagine that the state of Texas is not going to say that you should represent and provide representation for an official who's been elected merely because one of the citizens has a disagreement on the manner in which they do that. So I appreciate your time, and I thank you.
Well, I assure you, number one, that we don't take this lightly, and we all are very conflicted, and we want to do the right thing. This isn't about politics, and we are hearing differences of opinions, and I believe several of the commissioners have some questions as well, and we had some questions for our attorney as well, and how we do this. And number one, right off the bat, I would have is, if we are to provide an attorney, number one, you're already hired. That's not us providing an attorney. That would be an attorney of our choice.
And if I may respond to that briefly.
Yes, please.
I've been sued twice in my official capacity, and at that point in time, it was kind of the same instance, where I was, we approached the commissioner's court and they asked, who would I like to hire? At that point in time, I really, I said, well, it doesn't matter to me as long as they're going to do a good job, which they did. And I somehow had a few choices, and I ended up hiring Mr. Miller, which was something that I've done before. And so that's kind of how it happened the last time. There wasn't, in the last instance, when I was sued in my official capacity, the court or someone in, at their, I guess, command didn't say this is who is going to be your lawyer. So it would probably be, if we were to do what we did last time, it's kind of in the same.
And I also understand, I have a question in that as well, and I'm the newest member here, so I wasn't a part of it. So I understand that the county was also included in those lawsuits.
I believe so. I believe so. There were
Where
many
this
people
is the difference
included.
where we weren't included in
Sure.
that, yes. So it's about the county's interest, I think, yes.
And I will just kind of answer your question. I'm assuming you're asking me, but, Mark Gonzalez did not have an opportunity to have appointed counsel, and when he's showing up at hearings and trying to defend himself, he needs somebody. So, I understand that I have been retained for the purposes of representing him. Y'all can make a decision that somebody else will do that. I will leave that up between you and Mr. Gonzalez. But, to say that he ran out to get somebody and didn't want y'all to help out is probably maybe a misstatement.
That
he was
wasn't my
wanting to have y'all have his
suggestion
back
at all.
but he had to have somebody in his corner, and I'm thankful that it was me.
Yeah, and that wasn't my suggestion. I was just, if we were to move forward, since you have already done so, when we are debating this, is like we generally hire the attorney and they answer to us and bills come to us and everything. And this is new for all of us, so it is very different, because then the bills come here and we're the county and the county attorney. I think we've had all kinds of discussions that it is very different than a normal case.
Yeah, and if I may address at least the employment last time of Mr. Miller, I believe it was Royce and Razor. He was my attorney. Anything that we shared was client attorney privilege. There would be no way that he would come and report to the commissioner's court or to the county judge any discussions that we had or any legal theories that we had in defending myself. He was not your attorney nor the county's attorney. He represented me in my official capacity. And so I don't want there to be any mistake that Mr. Miller represented me as well as you all. That's not the way it was, and that would be a mischaracterization.
Okay, that's not the way I understood it, but thank you for that.
And if you have any other questions for me, I mean, to the extent that I can answer them, I will gladly offer an answer.
Please stay on. And we do have public comment that I failed to bring you up. I'm sorry. You signed up to talk during this. Sean Flanagan was the only one from this morning, so.
Thank
you. My name is Sean Flanagan. I live at 4218 Herndon Street. Thanks for listening to me. I don't think anybody in this room wants to be going through this. But we need to understand in the state of Texas, we don't have recall. If a public official, an elected official, has been guilty, found, or determined he might possibly be guilty of serious dereliction of duty, such to the point that he endangers the public due to some of his actions or lack thereof, this is the only procedure we have to remove an elected official. It's a very high standard that's set. And the fact that this procedure has gotten as far as it's gotten would indicate that the evidence that have been assembled is pretty substantial and has been denegated by some folks. Here's the deal. We, the victims in this case, if the allegations against our DA are determined to be true and are upheld, the victims in this case are not Mr. Gonzalez. They are the citizens of Corpus Christi who have been victimized by his failure to fulfill his duties as the district attorney and protect the people of Corpus Christi from criminal activities. And whether or not they're upheld or not, that's a very interesting question. But if they are upheld, it's my understanding he will be removed as district attorney. As you are making the determination, and I guess you've got some flexibility as to whether or not you're paying his lawyer's fees, I would think it would make a reasonable assumption that lawyers' fees would be capped and lawyers' fees would be paid if he is found innocent of dereliction of duty. These are egregious charges. You do not willy-nilly try to remove elected officials from office. It's a very difficult process. It's a very high standard that's been set. And I guarantee you nobody in this room wanted to do this. But the evidence was such, and the fact that it's proceeding the court and the recent filing to remove the charges has been denied, indicates that the evidence is serious. And I congratulate the court for really pausing and thinking this is a unique situation. This rarely happens. We try, dereliction of duty is so great that it's imperiled the public safety. And that's what we're looking at here if these charges are upheld. So yeah, I hope you guys take a lot of time and you think about who's actually the victim here. Because if what is said in the charges is true, then the citizens of Corpus Christi have been victimized by our DA not doing his job. And that's pretty bad. And it's unusual, praise God. So thank you, and you got a tough job to do. I know nobody wants to do it, but it needs to be done. Thank you.
We have our attorney here.
I'm sorry, Judge. Do we have anyone else that's going to comment before our attorney gives us some advice?
Anybody else wants to comment?
Yeah.
Did you sign up, or it's okay?
I'm not a lawyer or anything, but I am a businessman. I am a precinct chair for 92. And I believe there isn't any victimization right here until, you know.
Need your name and address first, please.
Peter Melve, 609 Bradshaw, Corpus Christi, Texas. M-E-L, V as in victory, E. So, you know, it is the citizens of Nueces County that elected this gentleman twice in a row, and it's the citizens that should decide. And I don't see any victimization until the case is done, and he is an employee, just like he's an employee of the county, and we should pay for his legal expenses. I think we should. And I hope that we voted for you guys too, and we're your constituents. And we're going to remember these things too when it's time to vote again. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, Commissioners, let me just summarize a little bit for everybody where we are on the issue of attorney's fees. When I was asked to look into the issue, it's not clear. Texas Local Government Code 157-901 has had earlier versions, if you will, which have found not to apply to district personnel, district attorneys, and other districts, any type of district, hospital district, etc. The request, we made a request to the Attorney General, which is quite common for counties to do when they have a tough legal issue and they want to get some guidance. In fact, not everybody can request an Attorney General opinion. Only certain officials can do so. We requested this opinion through the auditor's office to avoid any, if you will, collusion or allegations of collusion with the county attorney, given the fact that under the statute, she's the one that has to prosecute this matter. Can you hear me okay?
Louder, please.
Nobody's ever had to tell me that before. So that request went out. The Attorney General has made a request to a number of entities requesting input into the various questions that I asked. Some of the entities like the Association of Counties, the Judges and Commissioners Association and their general counsels, the District and County Attorneys Association. So the Attorney General's taken this very seriously. In fact, I even got a call from the county attorney in Mitchell County about the Attorney General's letter requesting an Attorney General's opinion. So this is not a clear-cut issue at all. And there are not cases explaining all this. So the statute, as you've heard, is Texas Local Government Code 157.901. Its predecessors, the Attorney General has opined, and they're since about 1987, I believe, that district attorneys and district officials are not county officials for the purposes of fee statutes. I agree, as Mr. Gale pointed out, that some courts have found them to be county officials for certain activities, not all activities. So we've got issues there. The language that the Attorney General's opinions relied on in those earlier versions of 157.901 hadn't changed. It's other portions of the statute has changed, but not the portion that the Attorney General relied on. So we've got those limitations. Also, there is at least one court case that identified that, look, if this involves a criminal proceeding, 157.901 doesn't apply. So with all those different issues, I requested three things from the Attorney General, three opinions, if you will. First of all, does 157 even apply to removal actions? That's the question. There's been discussions of the county priorly, in the past, having provided representation to the district attorney or to the sheriff or to others, both in their official and in individual capacities. In every one of those cases, the conduct on which the lawsuit was premised also sought liability to the county. Money damages, period. So that's different than a removal action. We say there's no victims. I've heard them said, and I've heard somebody say it's not even quasi-criminal. Well, according to the Texas Supreme Court, removal actions are quasi-criminal. That's what the Texas Supreme Court likened them to. The only issue is, was there misconduct that qualifies for removal? And if there is, that's it. That's the only thing the jury decides. If the jury finds that the misconduct that amounts to a basis for removal occurred, the only remedy is removal. There's no money damages. There's nothing else. So in the sense that all the jury does is determine guilt or innocence, if you will, the Supreme Court has said it's quasi-criminal in nature. Because these things don't involve criminal liability, they don't involve personal liability on behalf of the district attorney in this case. There's no money damages against the district attorney in this case. Because of those differences, I've asked the Attorney General to give me his opinion as to whether or not 157 even applies to removal actions. Because as it's been pointed out, this isn't just necessarily a district attorney issue. Anybody here could be subject to a petition for removal. Does it apply or not? Or is this for normal civil lawsuits where somebody's seeking a money damage? We need to know. The other question I asked the Attorney General is whether or not the Attorney General continues to insist that district attorneys and district officers are not county officials for the purposes of the fee statute. I heard Mr. Gale talk about he doesn't believe that it is. I understand that. And in my opinion, or my letter to the Attorney General, I pointed out, look, district attorneys have been found to be county officials for the purposes of making county policy in certain instances, and in other instances not. But you're making a blanket statement that it doesn't apply to them. Is that still your opinion? We need to know that. Period. The third thing I've asked gets to what Mr. Gale called your common law right to go ahead and decide whether or not to provide a defense or to provide an attorney in this type of a situation. I briefly covered that the last time I addressed the commission, and under common law, you have a constitutional authority to expend funds for the benefit of the county. In this case, you'd have to determine that, look, the expenditure is not just for a personal benefit of the district attorney, but for the benefit of the county as a whole. And you must find that the conduct on which he's accused to have committed various issues was done in the course and scope of his duties. We've got a particular problem in this case because one of the allegations in the removal petition, and I know it's been amended, but it's still there. Actually, there's potentially two. But one specifically is the misuse of government facilities for personal use. That's a criminal offense. We know, at least according to at least one court, that the fee statute doesn't apply to any criminal actions. There's also at least a reference to a potential, whether or not it's a violation or not, I don't know, and I hate to say it, but there is at least, if you look at the petition, a reference to a bribery statute for failure to disclose certain monies and so on. I don't think they're advancing on that theory, but it's in there. So the question I have is, can the county, given the fact that there are allegations of criminal conduct in there, make the decision now to provide a defense? Or must it wait, like it must in criminal actions, until guilt or innocence is decided? The Attorney General has opined, based on a case, that there can be no public interest in defending a criminally guilty individual. So, if an official meets those other two criteria, that it's for the county's benefit, and it's not for a personal benefit solely of the individual, and it involved the performance of their scope and course and scope of their duties, after the person's acquitted, then you can reimburse in that situation if you decide to do it. The important thing is that's completely discretionary on the commissioners, on this court, meeting those criteria. It's subject to judicial review, but it's discretionary. So those are the things that I've asked. I don't know how long that process is going to take. I have personally been retained by the county on a number of different matters. I've represented the county as a county. I've represented the county in defense of officers of the county in their official capacity. I've also represented those officers in their individual capacity. Yes, I have attorney-client privilege with my client. I still have to submit bills to the commission for approval. You have to approve my hiring. The way the system works, or has worked in the past, is something comes up, I'm contacted by the county attorney. We do a conflicts check. I do a conflicts check not only to whether or not there's any legal conflict, but we look for personal conflicts, business conflicts, etc. Then we get with the county attorney and discuss the terms of my employment. Because when it finally comes to you all, you've got to decide based on the proposed contract. What are my fees? How am I charging? What am I not charging? Are you going to charge me 25 cents a copy or whatever it is, and so forth? How often am I submitting those bills, and who do I submit them to? All that's in my engagement letter, and I presume that everybody has an engagement letter that covers those things. Then the commissioner has to authorize it. Comes forward, it's on the agenda, authorization to hire Branscombe and myself, Keith Sichkowski, as counsel for this matter. Away we go. When I meet with my client in the individual capacity, I explain to him that the county has decided to hire me to represent that person. But you have the right to go get your own counsel. And I don't know whether or not the council, or excuse me, whether or not the commissioners will agree to pay for anybody else. They've agreed to pay me. But they always have the right to have their own counsel. And I explain that every single time. That's just due process, effectively. So that's the process this goes through. I know that you all end up saying, do we approve this person or not? But that's the process that attorneys have to go through. So assuming, if we jump ahead, if we assuming that 157 applies to this removal action, or if you even want to apply the common law, and the county chooses, or excuse me, in either case, the statute specifically says, 157, that the county can choose to hire an attorney. And under common law, same thing. So when you look at 157-901B, if the county decides it's appropriate, the county hires counsel. So I think Mr. Gale recognized that. Yeah, he jumped in. It was happening fast. Needed to have somebody in there. But the county needs to choose and approve whatever counsel it hires. And of course, the statute also recognizes exactly what I told you all of us go through when we represent somebody in their individual capacity. Section C of 157-901 says, district attorney doesn't like who we've hired. He doesn't have to take them. Nope. I'm going to get my own. That's fine. So that's the process I see there. Where we are right now is in a muddled state, in my opinion. It is not clear to me that 157 applies. It's not clear to me that either applies to a removal or that the Attorney General will opine that district attorneys are county employees for the purposes of the statute. It's interesting that this has happened in the past, and I don't see any cases appealing the decision on those matters. So I would love to see one, so I'd know, but I don't see that. On the other side, if the commission chooses to go ahead and do this on simply its common law constitutional right to expend funds, there is the issue of that allegation. Now, again, there is no criminal penalty in this matter. It's a removal matter. But it begs the question, how do we deal with that in authorizing an expenditure when the Supreme Court has said it's a quasi-criminal procedure and proceeding? I don't know the answer to those questions. Again, there's very little case law on it. So if we do this, if the commission goes through and in its discretion determines that it's in the best interest of the county and not for the personal interests of the district attorney, that it involves the performance, or excuse me, the act or omissions were done in the course and scope of his duties as a DA, I think you would have to carve out that portion of the allegations that says he was using county facilities for personal use, which is not in the course and scope of his duties. That is something that can be done, I believe. Because as an attorney, when there's certain ways that you can collect attorney's fees in a case when you're successful, and many times when you're in a lawsuit, there's allegations of conduct that would come under what we call a fee-shifting statute, where somebody can get their fees, and allegations where there are no fee-shifting benefits, if you will. And the attorneys have to carefully designate what their work is for. Was my work for, in this case, was my 2 hours of research, did that involve research for the fee-shifting cause of action? Or was it 2 hours of work involving the cause of action that doesn't allow me to recover attorney's fees? Keeping those things segregated is something attorneys do, at least in my line of work, on a regular basis. That's kind of where we are. Well, again, and I think that the judge brought it up, there's the issues of fees. When somebody submits their bill, this is a very unique action. In the cases we've talked about before, where the commissioners have appointed counsel, so far as I know, there's always been a county interest specifically involved, i.e. county liability for whatever is being alleged. I don't know what everybody else's fee submissions or invoices look like. I've never reviewed Mr. Miller's fees. I've worked with Mr. Miller on cases as co-counsel where he's representing one portion of the lawsuit, I'm representing another. But they got to come in some way. And normally those things would go to the county attorney. It would seem very strange to me that the DA's counsel, if the commissioners choose to get one, would submit their fees and their invoices showing the work being performed to the county attorney's office. I think that's a real problem. And that has to be avoided. That just doesn't make any sense. So whatever arrangement is made, if the county goes forward, that can't be part of the solution to send the bill to the county attorney's office. That just can't happen. I think everybody would agree with me on that one. I'm open to any questions or any comments you may have. I can't make your decision for you. It's up to you all, but I'll try to answer any questions you may have. Again, I don't know how long it'll take for the Attorney General to render an opinion. I do believe that this is something that is being looked at very closely.
You said that there was another county that contacted you on
Yes,
this
sir.
issue?
The county attorney in Mitchell County contacted me about this. He left me a voice message. I've called him back several times. Haven't been able to get through to him very well. It's up in the middle of nowhere, so it doesn't really surprise me that I'm not able to get through to him. But he wanted to call me about it because they have similar issues going on up there. And now I don't know if there's a removal action going on, but it's the issues, perhaps the issues of a district attorney or a district officer and application of this statute.
And I know it was asked earlier, and I can guarantee Mr. Gale and the public that the reason why we were in executive session so long is that we had a lot of questions that we needed between our attorney to help clarify in this matter. And what you're telling us here is what you told us basically in the back room in a much more
Understand this too. The Attorney General tries to make it doesn't make a decision of your discretion. The Attorney General, if you say, well, Attorney General, can we exercise our discretion and do this? Attorney General's going to say, we're not going to answer that, because that's a detailed fact issue that you're going to have to resolve as a commission, or as a board, or as a commission, whoever it is, and then we'll review it, because you're subject to, of course, somebody suing and saying you should have never paid those attorney's fees. But that's always true.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
That county that called you.
Yes, sir.
Did they kind of let you know under what grounds they didn't let you know that?
No, sir. It was. I was on another line. He left a voice message, and basically he said, "I saw your request for an attorney general opinion on it. I'd really like to touch base with them because we've got issues up here, and I'd like to talk to you." That's it. I can't tell you any more because the 3 phone calls I made back went to voicemail.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioners, I don't want to jump in, but if I could state just something real quick whenever you have an opportunity.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Just real quick, while Keith's up there, I want to say one thing. The request for the opinion that Mr. Sosowski had written to the Attorney General on Ashley's behalf, it has in 3 parts that it comes up with this fallacy, and it's based on the original petition that was filed by the individual citizen, and it alleges something in there that would be considered perhaps criminal actions. But keep in mind, the current petitions do not include anything regarding official misconduct, which would be the intent element portion of the removal statute, so that's out, and anything concerning this alleged bribery, which they allege has been removed. It is not contained in the Second Amendment petition at all. And then the other portion that deals with some sort of misuse of funds is not a violation under 3902, which you have to have damages. That's where you use public funds to fix your house. You have people come out and fix your roadways. You for your personal things. You have people refurbish your equipment. You do things of that nature. That's not what they're alleging. They're alleging nothing that would be considered any kind of complaint of that nature. In fact, the only thing that they've alleged is perhaps, even if it was in best light, would be some sort of violation for an ethics complaint for advertising politically, during during some kind of Facebook post. But that's not what was at issue here either. So there is nothing criminal. And I would ask that if y'all truly wanted to get an accurate opinion from the Attorney General's office, then you don't start with the premise that there's some kind of criminal actions involved in this, because they're going to run with that instead of what they should, which is what you have before you. So, I want to make clear, and I'm intending on probably, if I can, responding to the AG and letting them know that fact. But if you're starting with a premise that's flawed, then at the end of the day, you're going to end up with an opinion that's flawed. And you're wasting your time just waiting for that. But even then, again, I think this is pretty clear. I don't think it's so muddled. I think it's really clear. And even then, just because you don't have to do something doesn't mean you can't. And so even if it weren't clear to me, and even if 157 didn't actually apply, just apply. Because he is an official. He is charged with something in regards to his scope and course of his employment. And like the gentleman that got up there said, I'm an employee. Everybody's an employee. And he deserves representation just like every other employee. But we don't tell that employee, well, hopefully you can survive the onslaught of these allegations financially. And if you do, then, we'll consider paying you at the end of the day. But some people won't even survive that onslaught. It's an expensive process, and it demands a good defense, whether it's by me or somebody else. So, I think that your opinion should be fixed to include the specifics and not include things that are not included in the petition, so that we're not dealing with a flawed analysis to begin with. So with that said, I think it's pretty clear. I'm going to send out my demand tomorrow, and I'm not your attorney. I'm not trying to give you advice. I'm just trying to give you some clarity on what's coming down the road.
Just a brief response. That's just false. The amended petition pulled out two major allegations having to do with the refusal to prosecute certain cases. The allegations of misuse of government facilities, the allegations or reference to bribery remain in the current petition. I'm not trying to snow anybody or anything else like that. It's pretty straightforward.
I also would ask, and I don't know who here may have the answer. I think someone asked it this morning, and I wasn't aware of that Tim McCoy, when he had something brought up against him and Judge Ina Klein, that we didn't provide them with attorneys. Can you answer that today? Do you know in the past, the court?
They never asked for some.
They never asked for them, but we didn't provide their attorneys either. Okay.
But I will say this, as Mr. Gale did point out correctly, if they're covered by the statute, 157, it is an entitlement, very clearly. But my understanding is that in both of those proceedings, neither one got representation.
Okay.
Anything else, Commissioners?
Maybe Mr. Sazowski and I have a difference of agreement in regards to the second amended petition that has been filed. I mean, we're not talking about the original amendment. We're not dealing with an amended. We're dealing with the second amended now that's been filed. And I just did a word search for the word bribe, and there's nothing contained in there. So if there's an allegation that's written in invisible ink, I can't see it.
All right. Thank you very much.
Well, we've heard a lot of information pertaining to this case, and people think it's easy to make certain kind of decisions, and it's a rare case because we couldn't find a case anywhere else where this has happened before. It's a unique case. The other cases we had with the DA before were totally different than from this one's here. They weren't removal cases. They were the lawsuits that were filed against him and the county. The Attorney General's opinions, the statutes, all kinds of information from one side to the other, and so and some things we don't know. Should we do this, not do that? But it's okay. How do we? Our concern is the county. My concern is the county, and making sure we take care also of the people. And I think that, well, we took care of help the DA last time. I think we should help the DA this time. And I just, after having heard all the discussions, went back and kind of wrote a little bit something here where I want to make a motion, and my motion. Based on everybody's testimonies, everybody's information, well, not testimonies, but everybody's information from both sides. This was already done before Mr. Gale came on board, as far as talking today. And and I know that sometimes the Attorney General gives you something, but it doesn't give you the answers. It just puts it back on you to make the decision. So based on where we are right now, and I don't think we can wait a long time for the Attorney General's opinion to come back. Could be months. And the motion would be to make a motion to hire outside counsel to represent the interests of the county and assist the DA in his removal action. Said counsel shall be selected by the Nueces County Commissioners Court as per the law. Our current outside counsel shall select or help us select said counsel to be approved by the Commissioners Court at the next meeting in April. Furthermore, any attorney's fees that are recovered by the DA in case that he is found not guilty and they ask for fees from the other party should be reimbursed to Nueces County. That is my motion.
So there's three parts to it, Commissioner. I'll second, just for discussion, I want clarification if we can. So hire outside counsel for the DA, that's your first point.
Right.
It seemed like you said there was a cap.
It'd be up to us, John, Commissioner, since we're going to hire, it's up to us to deal with the attorney how we're going to do it. Okay. It should be a cap, always a cap, but that's going to be up to us once we know who we're going to hire.
And was there a third part, or was those the two parts, Commissioner?
I'm sorry?
Was there another part, or were those the two main parts to your motion?
To recover the
No,
loss.
the recovery of if the DA is found not guilty and may get recovered funds from the other party, those funds should be reimbursed in Nueces County. But Nueces County will pay for the attorney.
Commissioner, you asking that when you say outside counsel, you mean Mr. I can't ever pronounce his name, Shishitsky or Keith would come up with that?
He will be outside counsel helping
Similar
us.
to what the DA would do, you're putting him in that role?
No, he will be help us select somebody.
Right, okay, that's what I'm understanding. Like normally the county attorney would pick, but we don't have a county attorney. This
Right.
person,
Right.
Keith, is acting as our county attorney. You're saying he would act in the role that the county attorney would, so that the county attorney is completely out of this process
That's
at
right.
all,
That's
completely.
right. She has to
Okay. All right.
Were you through talking, Commissioner Modas?
No, I just wanted to make sure that those were the main points. For me, my opinion is if there's no statute that says no, then I would support just keeping the same counsel and then just paying a fee set on a cap. I think, Mark, that most of us here have felt that there should be a cap, right, within reason, right? Not too high, not too low.
Yes, please.
No, I totally understand the concerns of the court. I understand the cap, these things can get costly. The only thing that I would say is look at other cases that the county has engaged outside counsel. I mean, I'm sure it's cost the county up to this point quite some money just to even issue the 3 opinions to to get the Attorney General's opinions and to have him come up here a few times and be back there in executive session when those monies can be spent, obviously defending this case. And so I would just say what is reasonable for the other individuals or in other litigation is something that you guys can look at and maybe consider. I understand we're all in new and deep waters, but I understand the court's concern.
But you also understand what the current motion is, and it would be someone outside. Mr. Gale, I think that's what the motion was that I seconded for discussion.
So then the court would be opposed to maintaining my current attorney?
If we would decide that, yes.
Well,
It'd be up to us to decide who we want to get.
And I guess this is an answer and question type of scenario. Why would the court not want to have the current attorney who's engaged and already is prepared to, I guess, continue doing the job that they're doing as opposed to bring somebody brand new on and to go ahead and review and get all the pleadings and then to work in maybe conjunction with Mr. Gale, if that makes sense? If we're talking about the same monies, the same caps, I guess that's my
I don't know that we're
question.
talking about the same money, same caps. I mean, that's not until we talk to him, right? I mean, we could talk to Mr. Gale and see what would he offer, But he probably won't be the only one we talk to.
Right, but what I'm trying to say is if the court has a set amount per hourly rate or however y'all do it, right, with the cap, and that's what y'all are set through either, looking at other attorneys who have engaged in this type of litigation, and that's something that's acceptable to him with everything, would the court be then opposed to employing him on my behalf?
We would have to look at that ourselves, yeah.
Well,
Can I comment on that?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brent.
I'll be just real honest with you. I have great respect for Mr. Gale, but Mr. Gale sues Nueces County all the time. And I think there's a conflict with Mr. Gale
being hired by Nueces County to represent the DA when he and does a great job, sues Nueces County on a regular basis. That's an issue for me, because I mean, I don't really know in fact how it's not a conflict for Mr. Gale, because you can't. I don't know how you get paid by Nueces County and sue Nueces County. That's a hard one for me to swallow. I'm not asking Mr. Gale. I'm answering Mr. Gonzalez, because he asked, and that's my opinion is, like I said, Chris is a great lawyer, but we don't hire Chris because Chris sues us. We have a lot of good lawyers that we hire to defend that represent Nueces County and don't have any conflicts with Nueces County. And Mark, let me also ask too, my understanding is he does some sort of representation for cases in your office. I'm very concerned about the conflict of interest with Mr. Gale, because he is so good at what he does and he is so good at suing us and other governmental entities. I think that's a conflict, because if we are saying that we're protecting the interest of Nueces County, which is the way we get by, this is the way we hire, right? The statute says we have to say and believe that this is in the best interest of Nueces County. I mean, I mean this with the greatest respect, but I mean, he's never been on our side. He's always been against us every single solitary time. So that would be the reason for me, just being candid and honest. And that's said with great respect for Chris Gale as a lawyer, but it's hard for me, especially with Commissioner Gonzalez's motion, which is to protect the interest of Nueces County and to assist the DA, that we would have, and you're right, Mark, I would never want him to come in and tell us your attorney-client privilege conversations. I agree, but am I comfortable thinking that he's going to protect the best interest of the county when he sues the county all the time? That's a hard one. I mean, that's just be honest as I can on that one. I mean,
Judge Scott, can I say something?
Yes, sir.
I mean, just real quick, and I understand Commissioner Chesney's ideas and concerns, but I mean, let me tell you something. Whoever pays your bills is not necessarily your client. Your client is the person that you owe the confidentiality to, and I think Mr. Sazowski is going to tell you exactly the same thing, just as he did a little while earlier, is that while the county may be paying him to represent an individual, his allegiance lies with that individual, and my allegiance would lie with Mark. I want to make sure that he has representation. Who do I think that should be? I think it should be me. Not because I need business, but because I want him to have the best representation, as I would represent anybody who came to me that was an elected official within Nueces County. I would stand up for anybody's rights to have their representation and to defend any allegations that come against them, from what I believe are politically motivated means. And so I am not going to work for the county. I am going to work for the DA, and yes, the obligation by statute and or by decision would be that by the county, but this is not a conflict. I would not listen to the commissioners in regards to this, although I think maybe I should be kept in the loop. I definitely think that. And with my client's approval, I would do whatever y'all want me to do. But the point is that there's not a conflict, and you might be right that I'm oftentimes find myself against you guys in regards to issues. That's not always true.
No, Chris, but always.
Well,
I mean, always do.
So,
that's okay.
But what you're talking about is hiring somebody.
But it's hard for.
You want to hire somebody for Mr. Gonzalez that is in line with the county, and the county attorney.
I want to hire someone
that's
not opposed and adverse to the attorney. But the county, I want to hire someone for Mr. Gonzalez that he can recommend that, and he knows the stable of lawyers that are in line with the county. We can give him Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller's great.
If
he just said Mr. Miller did a great job for him.
I mean,
I'm not trying to argue with you. I was trying to answer Mark's comments.
But I think you'll just want to give him representation, but not good representation. And I'm going to stand on my own.
I guess you're the only good lawyer in town. You're the only good lawyer in town.
Okay.
I get it, Chris.
Well, the point here is...
I was asked why. I think if we're hiring someone and we're paying the bills, then yeah, we have more than an interest. In any case that we do, if we're going to fall under the statute, and he falls under the statute, then in any situation, we would always hire someone who would help the named person and help the county. And that is something that
that I have a belief that as good a lawyer as you are, you would not have the county's interest in heart, because you make a living, a very good living, because you're really good. Again, compliment, you're really good at what you do.
If you
But
find
as
an
a
attorney
lawyer,
that's looking out for the
being on the
county's interest
plaintiff
in regard
side,
to him, then you're hiring someone that has a conflict. You're talking about hiring somebody that has a conflict.
No, I'm not, because it's in the county's interest for this to be resolved positively, and this is not. It's absolutely because
Okay.
there's a lot of allegations.
They're calling for the question.
that if
That's
they
enough,
come to
guys.
pass, it hurts the county. So I just
Thank you. That's
pointing
enough.
out
I mean,
the obvious.
I'm trying to find a
Can you
I'm
mute-
trying to find a way to. You
Yes.
said earlier
We go ahead, we'll
you said
take a,
earlier
take
you
a,
were fine if
we're
we
gonna take
wanted
a
to hire
vote,
somebody
Commissioner.
else.
We'll
And
take
as
a
long as
vote.
you said earlier.
Commissioner Chesney, we are going to vote. Thank you. We appreciate it, you guys, but I think that's why we're all here. We're all in a very difficult position, and we want to do the right thing. I assure you, everybody out there, this is a very unusual situation, and we're trying to do the best we can and do the right thing by everybody, and that includes you, Mr. Gonzalez.
So who is, I guess, our clerk is keeping track of the motion?
Yes.
Can you repeat the motion
Well,
for us?
I will give you the gist of the motion, unless you
Well,
want to give me. So
yeah.
3 points, it was motion made by Commissioner Gonzalez, seconded by Commissioner Modis, sorry. And the first point was to hire outside counsel.
He has it written down.
But you did, I thought it did. Hire outside counsel and put a cap on the fees. And it was outside counsel of Commissioner's Court choice. It was y'all's choice of outside counsel. Put a cap on the fees, and if the district attorney is found, I guess you said not guilty, but.
Not guilty.
Right. Then any recoverable fees
If
would
he
be
gets
then
any
back to
attorney's
the.
fees
yeah,
reimbursed,
back
that
to
he
the county.
would reimburse the county, yes.
So the fees would come from who? That's the part I'm stuck on the motion.
Individuals who filed
The
the
individual.
petition would be subject to the
The
damages.
bond, I guess they put up, right? Wasn't there a bond, and is that what's recovered?
I believe so.
No, like the loser pays.
No.
Actual damages.
Actually.
No.
The
No?
bond was just filed,
Yeah.
it's a minimal bond that's filed. If the judge decided to suspend the DA,
Right, that's
then
for
the
the bond.
judge would require a substantial bond, but that has not happened, and there's no indication it's going to happen, so. And that really is to offset salary, not really to offset fees.
Okay, well,
I,
any recoverable fees should be reimbursed to the county.
Judge, I'm going to retract my second on that motion. I just, it's gotten kind of complex, and I think I'd rather just go for a simple solution and answer, so we all know where we stand. Either we go with unless statute says otherwise, that we go with the current counsel that's already hired with a cap. And so I'd rather see the motion worded that way than kind of this breakdown.
I'll second Commissioner Gonzalez's motion then.
Is there any other discussion? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 No.
We have one no.
One abstain. One abstain.
He did abstain.
Are
He
you
did not
abstain? He
abstain.
voted.
No, he voted.
No.
I was an aye.
He was an aye.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Well, you abstain.
So would I have any input on actually who defends me? I mean,
Yes, we want.
That's what I was just going to say. Is
We
there a way
absolutely-
to ask Mr. Gonzalez to submit three or four
names.
attorneys or something?
And-
I'm open to that.
and can Chris Gale be on that list? I mean, why wouldn't? Go ahead.
That aren't adverse to the county. That's all. You can, I mean, that's.
What is, Keith, what do you say on that? I mean, is that legal?
Allowed?
yeah,
Is that not?
allowed?
Yeah,
We can put
we need
three-
your
put him
opinion.
under one of the three.
I mean,
When you're talking about
You need to
conflict,
speak in the microphone,
Sorry,
please. Sorry.
when you're talking about conflict of interest, the conflict of interest with respect to what Mr. Gale was talking about, i.e., who's your client, who's not your client, is different than practical conflicts of interest. I routinely turn down a representation for the county, quite honestly, simply because of a business conflict. I mean, I've read too many cases where somebody says, look, you're representing this person, you're suing this person, and you know what? You gave greater assistance to this person in the case than you should have given to this one. I understand Commissioner Chesney's issues with why are we hiring somebody who's always suing the county? Do we have a good faith belief in all of this? And why are we paying? It looks awkward. Even if it's not a legal conflict, understand that attorneys, we have a rules of disciplinary procedure or rules of Texas disciplinary rules, and we look at those things and they say, do you have a legal conflict? And if you do have a legal conflict, absent a specific waiver, you can't take the case. On the other hand, there's practical conflicts. And I think that's really what Mr. Chesney, or Commissioner Chesney's getting to. There's practical conflicts that prevents him from voting to, if you will, retain Mr. Gale in this case. That's what the conflicts we're talking about.
You know, Judge, I really don't have a problem. If you want to submit 3 names,
He can submit them.
If that's the
Yeah.
case, then I will switch my vote because I want to give you an opportunity to have that person.
put them on there.
I think that the fact that this court is unified in saying we want to help cover a cost up to a cap, I think is a win, Mark.
I agree.
And so I will change my vote if the court allows me to make it 5-0 to send a unified message that we're in favor of this and give you a chance to bring in Mr. Gale as one of your options, one of the options that are
That doesn't
presented.
mean he's going to get it, but at least it's an option.
I understand that, and I want to thank the court for at least being unified on that. I think the county has a huge interest in this, only because when you're duly elected and you, everyone here knows you waste a lot of time, effort, and sacrifice, not only for yourself and your family, and you get elected. You know, it's a continued sacrifice. And when they attack you, I haven't been arrested. You didn't see the feds come in. You didn't see anybody come in. It's a civil matter, and it's a petition, and it's me up there, right? And so I just want the best defense that I can get and the person that I trust, you know, and I know there are a lot of good lawyers, and unfortunately, maybe someone has issues with my choice, right? Because maybe he sues the county or whatever the case may be. But I think that each one of us here, if you're in my situation, you would want someone that you can confide in, who you believe in, and who you trust. And that's what all I would hope to accomplish. And so I want to thank you. You know, I do mean that because it does take courage to even vote the way you did, considering everything that's been going on out there. And I will submit my 3 names, but I want to let you know that I want Chris to be my lawyer. I think at the end of the day, we'll be victorious, and if we have to give you all that money back or whatever, I'll be happy to give it to you, you know. And I'm happy to fight, and I'm happy to clear my name. And this is the first step, though. And so I want to thank you for that.
Excuse me, Mark.
You have me with my vote.
Change. Yes, change.
Mark, all I'm saying we want to do, make sure you get good representation, get somebody representing you. And if you're going to include, I'm not sure if I understood it right, if Chris Gale's going to have the opportunity for you to pick, or he's just going to be, you know, probably advising. I don't know, but whoever you pick, I'm sure he'll be a good attorney for you. So
Give us 3 names.
3 names, we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Appreciate it very much.
Excuse me?
Yes. Thank you. And I'm assuming item number 5 needs to be tabled because it's a duplicate of item number 4. We don't need to address that.
Right.
Tabled indefinitely. Do we need to have a motion and a second? A motion. I second that motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed, same message. Thank you.
I mean, 5 is better. 5 is better for what you did.
Uh-huh. We did 5.
Yeah, but
Okay.
y'all, yeah.
So going back to the regular agenda, item number 18.
17.
18, right?
No, I'm sorry.
Yes. We'll let the court clear out a little bit.
Yeah.
That's
So-
kind of loud.
So, Judge, so, I know y'all are on item 4, but item 5, actually, for what you did and how it was on the agenda, actually fits better, because 4 is only attorney's fees. But 5 is to hire outside counsel, in which you did, and then the attorney fees and put the cap on.
We haven't hired yet. We just said.
But y'all approved to hire, yeah.
We've already done it and they're
I
already
just add
gone.
it on
Can
there.
we change
Oh, well.
that? No.
I mean,
So
yeah.
it's no
It's just,
difference.
yeah, it's just the way, I think it's the way it's written on there.
Okay.
Okay, never mind.
All
We'll make
right,
it work.
well, moving right along to item number 18, it is 4:23, and we're going to have to probably vote to extend. Discuss and consider a funding source for the installation of a metal roof and steel structure over the concrete ramp at the Calderon Building Clinic and other related matters. I'm sorry?
I talked to Teresa about that, and I think, Teresa, the funding source is going to be the 1115 waiver also.
The 1115 waivers also?
Yeah.
Which one is that one, Commissioner?
Number 18.
Was that coming out of your funds, Commissioner, or?
The engineer's coming out of my funds.
I'd like to put in half of that, since it's in precinct 3. You don't mind?
No.
I'll let you cover it.
With the 49 coming out of 1115?
1115.
The engineer's coming out of mine.
Yeah, I'll help split the cost on the engineering
Okay.
costs.
I'll take it.
So we just split that down.
Okay, so we
So moved.
have a motion from Commissioner Mottas
Which is it?
and a second. They're going to, do we need 2 separate motions for that?
No,
He wants,
the
just
engineer's
do it
not
all
here.
in one?
Yeah,
Oh, it's not even on there, yes.
It
So
could be
we
on.
have a motion and a second for that to come out of the 1115 waiver money, the 49,000. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
49,530.
Aye.
It was unanimous. Item number 19, discuss and consider approval of 2022-23 amendment to supplemental pay application to Department 1325 as designated by county attorney in accordance with Section 460031 Texas Government Code. And that's, do you know any, is Jenny, isn't this just receiving the funds that we're,
I just came in. Which item are we on?
I don't know, 19, 3A19.
Page 8.
Oh, the 1325?
Yes, 1325.
Yes, no impact and,
Just accepting it.
Here, the county attorney receives $70,000 of funds. That's up to the county attorney to determine the supplemental pay, how to distribute the funds between the staff. It's her choice of who receives the funds. So this is just a agreement between her and telling us and HR how the funds are to be allocated.
Okay. Yes. Motion, do we need a motion for that?
Yes, because it is changing
Okay.
salary, yes.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Item number 20, discuss and consider the next, huh?
Commissioner Chesney needs to show his face and vote.
You have to show your face to vote, sorry.
Sorry.
He's aye.
Okay.
Yes, he's waving. 20, discuss and consider next Commissioners Court meeting date and related matters. I believe they are on your agenda packet. Everything in here. Any conflicts for anybody? I think what's not on here is 519 is our state of the county. We might add that on here for future, just to keep it in mind for us to have. Everybody's good, no changes. Moving on to Public Works. Item C1, discuss and consider execution of an American Institute of Architects service contract with CLK for the Nueces County Public Defender's sixth floor renovations.
Yes, Judge, Commissioners, this is for the architectural services, and Public Works is recommending approval. The total amount for the architectural is $36,000. And it's coming out of the Defenders part of it. It's $33,750.
3,000 that's coming.
And then $2,250 from the court facility.
Yes, we have a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. All right.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes, go ahead.
I forgot. On number 20, this is for next Commissioners Court meeting, right?
the next Commissioners Court meeting?
Yes, right?
Yes.
I'd like to add on, see if I can get the topic of one that, Military Road on.
Oh, the RT.
We talked about that, yeah.
Oh, we'll get.
We can put it in
that's-
agenda.
Yeah, that's part of the agenda.
I'll put it.
Yeah. Okay. Public Works, item number 2, discuss and consider approval of change order number 3 for the Nueces County Courthouse ADA improvements and upgrades.
Judge, Commissioners, recommending approval of change order number 3 for the ADA. This monies are being used out of the contingency monies, and the total amount is $134,269.85. And this is some additional work that Starter is planning on performing for the project.
So they've already used up their budget, and now we're doing contingency?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
This is above, and so if we find
This
stuff
is
that.
something additional that the
Yes,
job
yes,
is.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
How much is it on?
It's from this is money that's going to be taken out of the contingency. It's $134,269.85. 85 cents, sorry. And then this is some carpet, and then some changes to some sitting doors, and it's a little bit of everything that we've encountered during the construction process, Commissioners.
Okay. Just throughout the courthouse or what?
Yes, sir. It is throughout the courthouse.
Okay.
And I'm going to say it's a $0 change order, but it's an allowance that was allocated in the contract for these type of work.
And there's only 60,000 left in this contingency fund?
Yes, ma'am. Based on where we're at right now, percentage-wise completion, I feel comfortable
with
that the
that
60,000
amount
will be
left.
able to get us to the end of the project.
Okay. Do we have a motion and we have a motion? Do I have a second? We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Any
Appreciate
opposed?
it.
Same sign.
Oh,
Thank
sorry.
you. The motion passes.
Thank you.
Item D1, discuss and consider authorizing the District Attorney's Office to increase their vehicle fleet size by 2 additional units by allowing the District Attorney to retain a 2017 Ford Interceptor and accepting a District Court award of a 2011 Jeep Grand Cherokee.
So moved.
We have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? There's no cost to the county. All those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes.
Thank you.
Item D2, 3D2, discuss and consider action to approve the execution of Agreement Amendment 1 for uniform rentals, floor mats, shop towels, linens.
Scrubs.
This is to add service to the Bishop County building location.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Mike.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. So moved. Just for that, I moved.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimous. Item D3, 3D3, sorry, discuss and consider conditional selection of grant works for RFQ number 3228-23, grant administration and project management.
So moved.
We have a
Second.
motion and a second. Any other discussion? There being none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes unanimous. And 3D5 is discuss and consider award and execution of a contract with Deere and Company via TELUS Equipment Solutions buy board contract for the purchase of 6 new tractor mowers with rotary cutters.
This is the Public Works item we've been trying to get for about a year. We had gone out to bid 3 different times. We never got a bidder on this. The county authorized me to use the alternate procedures, which had already been enacted by the court and made a part of the purchasing policy. And so we used those procedures to obtain competitive quotes. We received a quote from TELUS for the rotary cutters and tractor mowers. We submitted those to Juan Pimentel so he could review and make sure that he was okay with the specifications that they provided. He's in favor of us moving forward with this, and he recommends approval.
And you're using ARPA funds for this?
We're using ARPA funds for this. We coordinated with Lulu on that, yes, to make sure we have all the
We have a motion
requirements.
and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed,
Aye.
same sign. I'm sorry, Brent, you're a little bit behind. I keep talking over you. I apologize.
Sorry. Sorry.
And
The item,
Did y'all vote?
yeah, it passed
okay.
unanimous, sorry.
Also,
Wait,
can I
wait.
take a quick minute and just want to say thank you to Jenny and her staff. They work with us on reviewing all of these contracts. They work with Jason Parker in my office, Kent Brown in particular, and Alexander Fielder on occasion as well. And then we're also working with Lulu, and we're working with the other gentleman in her office that helps us with the ARPA cases. And so just a big thanks. Because of them doing all of the hard work behind the scenes makes it appear like I'm making this look easy, but it's not. It's a lot of work. And so I just want to say thank you to all of them. Also, thank you to my bids writer, Cheryl Croxton. Thank you.
Thank you. Item E, auditor, number 2, approve capital project budget change order number 120.
Yes, Your Honor, there are 4 certificate obligations that we're showing here that we're asking funds to be moved for. The 1919, which is our 2015 COs, we're just moving money from a Banquetti building ADA permits to the Bishop Community Center in the same amount. For the 1921, the 2016 COs, some of the projects have been finalized, but we are moving some money to the Bishop Library upgrades, and the San Pedro subdivision was done, so we're moving $1,192 back to Commissioner Precinct 3's unallocated funds. For our 21 COs, we have a little bit of money going to the Port A observation deck, as well as some of the money for the McKinsey Annex generator, as well as the courthouse generator, and that's coming from unallocated funds. The largest one is the very bottom one from the 2022 PPSCO. We've been working with the county clerk on the election equipment requirements, and we've been talking with her on this. This is only the capital expenses of the equipment. So we're requesting that $1.1 million be moved from unallocated funds. That almost uses up the entire amount of the 22 PPSCO, but we believe these funds are available there, and we submit budget change order number 120 for capital projects for your acceptance and approval. And I'll answer any questions you might have.
Are there any questions, anyone?
The COs for Bishop is coming from where?
The ones from Bishop is coming from the Banquetti building, ADA improvements. They're moving from there to the Bishop building.
And what are they doing? What are they doing at Bishop Building?
It just says ADA improvements.
Who's doing that? Public Works?
We get these requests from Teresa May. No, she's the one that provides these requests to us.
Commissioner, that project is closed, and those balances were available to move over for the Bishop Center.
Huh. The senior center or the library?
This is the community center, so.
It's a senior center then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's good, because I know they're going to need some work. They need some work over there. Okay, thank you.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I guess I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 3, approve budget change order number 11 for fiscal year 2022-23.
Yes, Your Honor, there are a few requests for the 319th Court. They were short of some staff, so they needed some temporary services for a small period of time. They have the funds available in their court-appointed attorney fees to cover this. For the district attorney, there was a small requirements for some equipment repairs that they didn't foresee, and they have some office supplies expense they can have. The 2 largest ones at the very bottom, one for the road and bridge, and one for the capital coastal parks. For the road and bridge, we worked with Juan. There was a hydrocarbon, I believe they had to have a report for a response to a discovery of hydrocarbons that they had, so that this form was there. And the one for coastal parks, these were unforeseen expenses. Now, the one for the road and bridge for right-of-way funds, most of the funds come from the general fund transferring money to there for purchase of right-of-ways that when the state requires funds. At one point in time, I believe it was a year or so ago, we got a very large reimbursement from the Texas Department of Transportation for right-of-way we had purchased in an amount of $300,000 or $400,000. So there's significant funds in there. However, I told Juan that I need to make sure this is an approved agreement with the court that these funds can be used for this purpose. Because normally the purpose is for right-of-way purchases as we might need in the future. So I want to make sure that this is what the court agrees to spend the money for. And it was a report. I don't know, Juan might have left, but it was
Right-of-way for what?
it was this is right-of-way funds that when we had I-69 and when we had the Harbor Bridge, we're required to buy certain parts of right-of-way funds for the state. We had done that, and when I believe when they finished I-69, they found out that they didn't need the right-of-way that we provide to them, and they provided us a very large refund. But these funds were provided from the general fund, so it's still responsible for the commissioners to say, the funds are there, you can use them for this, but I want to make sure you agree with the way the funds are being used.
Is this all of the funds that are there for that?
No, there's about $300,000 in funds in this fund. So there's significant funds to pay for this $93,000.
300,000 to pay for
There's at least $300,000 in this fund for the purpose of right of way is what the main purpose is for.
You have to be specific right-of-ways?
Well, normally we submit funds there to cover right of ways whenever the state does new interchanges or right of ways. If they decide to expand some portion, they require right of way purchases, and they require that from the county or the cities.
So we're trying to purchase a right-of-way.
We did purchase a right of way, and we had the money there. And when the state got through with their design of the freeway, they found out that they didn't need the funds we gave them, and they refunded us the money.
But he is not spending it on right-of-way. Juan's purpose for the $93,000 is.
The report in response to a discovery of hydrocarbons is what the report is for. I believe there was a leak on hydrocarbons.
So I'm
Is
saying
Juan
that
here somewhere? Can we get him
if
to
the
come answer
reimbursement
this?
was 300,000 for that account,
Yes.
and do we use 93,000?
Well, we haven't used it yet. It's here to be used if y'all agree with the use of funds.
And that's right-of-ways where at?
What's that?
Where's the right-of-way at?
This is not right away. This is a report.
Oh.
This is
A report in response
she's
to a
calling
discovery
Juan
of a leak
to
of
come up here and
hydrocarbons.
answer it, so he can tell us what it's
So
for.
if we got another right-of-way somewhere, can we use it or not?
If the state comes up through, the discussion is another causeway entry into Padre Island, we could be required to buy right away. We already have the funds there to pay for it.
So that's got to be something that deals with the state.
Yes.
Using the right-of-way.
The state will require right away purchases if it's state right away. Yes.
But it's in a general account?
Right now, it's in a 123. That's where the funds are sitting for. But normally, the funds going into this account come from the general fund. So that's budget change order number 11.
Do you need a motion for that?
Here's Juan, if you want to ask him.
You need a motion
Yes.
for that?
We don't have a motion yet.
The report on hydrocarbons?
Oh, yes.
What is that money? We're trying to figure out what that was for, what the
We're
work was
talking about
for.
Hanson, right?
Yeah.
Possible Hanson. Yes, Judge and Commissioners, we had a letter from TCEQ a few months ago in regards that there's some possible, how can I say it? Not contamination, but there's some possible leaks within that area of right away. So what we're trying to do is hire Hanson. That's going to be in the next Commissioner's Court, Hanson Engineering, to assist us with these environmental issues. And
Do you need the $93,000
Yes,
to
ma'am.
hire Hanson?
Yes, ma'am.
So you make a motion for that?
Yes, well, I just make sure this is what the purpose is for, and it is a right-of-way of the county. We want to make sure that you're in agreement with it, because the funds are normally used for right-of-way purposes, and normally the funds come from the general fund. So I just want to make sure the Commissioner Court agree with the use of the funds.
Yes,
Okay.
and Judge and Commissioners, TCEQ gave us a timeline, and we're just trying to make sure we meet that timeline in response to them. And hopefully next week, in next Commissioner's Court, we'll bring the contract for Hanson so we can get it approved.
What's the timeline?
It's 120 days, Commissioner, but we've been in contact with TCEQ, and so is Hanson. So we kind of been talking to them, and they're good. As long as you're communicating with TCEQ, you should be fine.
Okay.
Is this standard that we transfer the money before he even goes out for the contract or talks to them? I don't understand
Right now,
that. That's what's
the
throwing
funds
me off.
are in what we call professional services is really an interlocal agreement because normally is our agreement with the state on right-of-way. But this is not the right expense category for what he's doing. Is a professional services. We have to move the funds to the right budget
To
category.
get the category that he can use it
Yes.
from, but he still has to come back and ask before he
Yes.
hires them. So-
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So in next Commissioners Court will come with a recommendation for Hanson and also for a contract for Hanson.
Okay.
In both, in court, so we can proceed.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Gonzalez. We have a second from Commissioner Hernandez. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Moving to executive items. I'm sorry, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Executive item number C, discuss and consider and take action on hiring outside counsel to represent Nueces County in case number 2022 CV 61337-4, Maria Krostoff versus Nueces County, Texas, and related matters. I think you were going to do that one, Judge.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. I can do it.
I'm sorry. The court will move to hire the Aguilar and Zabarte law firm to represent Nueces County in this case.
We have a motion from Commissioner Gonzalez. I will second that motion. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Oh, sorry. The motion passes. On item D, discuss and consider and take action on hiring outside counsel to represent Nueces County in case number 2021 CV-00235, Margaret Mary Smith versus Nueces County in the Southern District of Texas, Corpus Christi Division, and related matters.
No action.
There's an action, recommend hiring
Navarro.
Navarro, yes.
Second.
I've made the motion that we recommend they hire Navarro Law Firm to represent the court in this, and we have a second from Commissioner Gonzalez. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor, please respond by aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Do we have any adjournments in memory today?
Yes, Judge, I have,
Yes, go ahead.
Number E,
I do.
All three,
Number E.
so, yeah.
no action on number E.
On number what?
E,
E, no.
after Navarro, you got number E. No,
No, there's no action, member.
Right,
Yes,
right.
yes,
so I'm saying no action.
yes. So, did you have an adjournment in memory of? Okay, so go ahead, Commissioner Modis.
thank you, Judge. Informed that yesterday, Carlos Pena, former chairman of the Nueces County Drainage District Number 2, passed away. I will read the obituary formally when it's released, but he is a great partner of mine in Nueces County. He had served as chairman for many years and served on the Drainage District Board for many years. Before that, he was actually former police chief for the city of Robstown and spent his career there in law enforcement. His family's presence is very large and wide, especially in western Nueces County, including the communities of Banquete and Robstown. And so it's a personal loss. Knew him and his family very well, and so I'm just shocked and saddened by his loss. He had been battling an illness for quite some time, and hoping that he would get out of it, but unfortunately caught up with him. But he's a man of faith. I know his family is, and so I know this is a difficult time, but that they will be comforted by that. And of course, this community's support of him and remembrance of him, and I'd like to maybe do something special for his family, Judge. I know that we've had special designation or proclamations that you, as a judge, can sign, and perhaps maybe you can do
I'm
that
happy
for
to
them
do so.
prior
Yes,
to the funeral services. And that's the only one I have. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. I'm happy to do that. I'll get with your office as well and work on that.
I think I had worked on it before.
You have already?
With Judge Canales, I think.
Commissioner Chesney, do you have adjournment in memory?
Yes, ma'am, I have two. The first one was
probably maybe one of the original ceiling breakers, Maxine Flournoy, passed away on March 30th, 1921. Or, excuse me, April 5th, 2023. My apologies. She was born March 30th, 1921. Her three daughters remember her most by her strong Christian faith and her life as a living example of that faith in Jesus. Maxine was the daughter of Dr. John Edmondson and Mary Ruth Edmonston Jones. She grew up in Joplin, Missouri, and attended Joplin College. She was quite a trailblazer. In 1941, she obtained her pilot's license through the Civil Pilots Training Program. She joined the WASP, Women Air Force Service Pilots, in 1943 and trained at Avenger Fields in Sweetwater, Texas. When the WASP was deactivated in 1944, she obtained a job as a company pilot in Alice, Texas, where she met her husband, Lucian Flournoy. They raised three lovely daughters, and together they operated Flournoy Drilling Company and Alice Aviation over many decades. Maxine was active in civic life, becoming a member of the Texas Historical Commission. She was appointed by President Jimmy Carter as a member of the World USO Board of Directors. She was active with the local USO. The details of her obituary continue to go on and on. They loved entertaining at the family lake home in Carmel Hills on Lake Corpus Christi and Flournoy Park in Alice. Maxine also hosted annual groups to the Bill Gothard Institute of Basic Life Principle when the Christian ministry came to San Antonio every summer. She's survived by many loving family members. She was a trailblazer of epic proportion. She lived to be well over 100 years old, 102, actually 102, and was just an amazing, amazing woman. So certainly condolences to the Flournoy family on the loss of Maxine Flournoy. Also, many of you may have known T. Frank Smith IV, who passed away at 71 on Thursday, March 23rd, after short illness, preceded by his father, the death of his father, T. Frank Smith Sr. They were very involved in Channel 6, on Channel 6 for many, many years, and T. Frank was quite the guy. He was married to Leslie L.K. Jordan. He was Papa Frank to his 9 grandchildren. And again, he was another person who was extremely involved in the community. He believed in being hands-on and could be seen selling turkey legs on the Bayfront for the Lions Club, washing pots and pans for the Mustangs, or cooking spaghetti dinner for the runners the night before Beach to Bay. He was a marketing guru growing up in the family broadcasting business, where he started at the bottom at age 13, sweeping the floors and running errands for his father. He worked in most every position, including cameraman and reporter during school and summers before graduation. T. Frank Smith Jr. was a stalwart in our community, and we certainly pass on our condolences to the very early passing of T. Frank Smith Jr. Thank you.
Absolutely.
The fourth, excuse me.
Do you have any, Commissioner Hernandez? No, we don't. So our condolences to each of these families, for sure. Do I have a motion to adjourn? We have a motion. Do I have a second? We have a motion and a second, and all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned, and it is 4:51. What did you do?